Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Doing well, I hope.
Good. Pretty good.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Doing all right?
Hey, how's it going, Scott?
Doing all right? You know, wondering where the music is. It feels like it just kind of like turned off on me. Oh, no, I was like, oh, I never unpaused after the video, even though I told it to. Oh, that makes me sad. So what's up, guys? How was your day? Pat, how was your stream? What were you playing?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. I say why not. Don't want to.
Playing
No.
a vampire game called Redfall.
Trying to, from what I hear.
It's a game.
Is it?
It's a game?
It's a game.
I think
Okay.
it's supposed to be. I don't know if it ended up.
If you ever just want to be dead all the time, definitely get Messi on your team.
Oh, okay.
Carries in that regard.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, I can solo this game. I'll never die." And then he dies like 3 times and starts yelling at me about it. I'm like, "What do you want me to do? I just started."
So, I don't make any Dark Souls reference in this. I'll just leave it alone. Don't need a. Okay.
I don't
Cool.
know if you could make a Dark Souls reference because I don't think you've ever played it.
I have actually. I've beaten 2 and played like half of another one.
Wait, you
You
beat
don't even
the
know which
second
one.
Dark Souls, or you beat 2 Dark Souls games?
I beat 1 and 2 and played some of the other one, which I think was Dark Souls 3 and not one of the other Souls-esque games that are of that genre. But I think it was actually Dark Souls 3.
I'm surprised you played
Yeah.
2. 2 sucks.
From what I understand, yeah, 2 was like I was like I actually kind of like this game, and everyone was like it's the worst one, and I was like,
I've played
oh.
3 and Bloodborne.
guess my opinions are just terrible. So
1 remaster is good. 3
Would you
is
say
great.
Sekiro is a
Yeah.
Souls game?
It is, but I don't like it.
I'm also doing great, thank you.
good, glad to hear it. We were worried about you, Wade. How are you doing, Wade?
Who's this guy?
I'm fine,
Wait,
thank you for
Did you get
asking.
ice cream? It's the first session of a new campaign. Did you get ice
I
cream?
did not.
Well,
I want some, but I'm trying to be healthier.
so order some.
Proud of you. Proud of you.
Thank you. I've only had 1 meal today, so I'll probably order food during the stream to have dinner, but
Well,
that's my life.
let's kind of dive into the opening of this. So first and foremost, I do want to say thank you to the patrons of the role player through Quest Giver and up tiers. So it's going to be a thank you to, again, if I don't know your name on Twitch, I'm just going to say your Discord name if I have it. So it's going to be a thank you to Delta, thank you to Celestial Steve, and thank you to Ash and Phoenix. Super, super, super appreciated. And everybody else that's on there, adding to the equipment and what have you that the PR party gets. Actually, every item that was designed by Patreon or for people's birthdays that had passed is already put in place, even if it's not on their character sheet. It's because it still has to be found off of an NPC or whatever it is that was designed by the patron, except for one. I'm just waiting for one person to get back to me, which we're not on Discord together, so it's just taking a couple minutes. But either way. Cool. So you guys excited about the new campaign? Before we dive into it, and I literally do like the opening, any questions you have or anything you want to mention coming out of your session zeros? You don't have to, but recap you want to say coming out of your session 0. For instance, Pat and Wade, did you guys want to have any RP coming into where it is that you're going? I'll throw it to you guys if there's anything you want to chat about.
You broke my ship. Oh, you mean in-game?
Yeah.
Hold on. I did not break anything.
You son of a bitch.
I crushed that uninstalling.
You did crush it. You
I
had to roll
crushed
so
it.
well in sabotaging our ship.
I didn't sabotage. It wasn't our ship at the time.
Mm.
I didn't do
Can
anything.
you guys just kiss already? Jesus.
Yeah.
He's old.
Okay.
Yeah.
no. All right. Okay. Fair enough. I
Later.
don't even know where the hell we're going. Did we just plug in coordinates and take off, or was there like a pre-planned destination? I feel like we just left.
Yeah. I have all this everywhere set up for you guys to go to and whatnot.
Oh, great. I just mean for RP's sake. It's like man, I can't wait to get to McDonald's.
Tatooine. We're going to Tatooine.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that where it is? Tatooine? Okay. I mean, that's not what my plan was, but if that's what we're doing now. So let me actually bring you guys over to the broken map.
Yeah, I love
Let me,
something
we're watching, yeah, we gotta pick a movie that night. So let's actually jump over to the map so that everybody can see where it currently is. Give me half a tick. I just brought you guys over there. I'm gonna bring chat over there too. It'll be our maiden voyage to the map. So, can I do this too? Awesome. I don't think I had everybody's names when I set that up, so I have to set it up now. So over on the map that's over here, it's going to look a little screwy because of the way that I have colors turned off. I'll fix that in a moment. But more or less on the map over here, which is broken intentionally, you guys will see in that intro video is any description we've heard beforehand, that right over in this region, there's a whole bunch of what are they called? Clusters that are missing. So we're missing whole systems and everything that should be down here. Where you guys started, both of your session zeros, were in different solar systems or star systems of the Calliston Rift. That's where you had started at. Where you were going to be flying to is actually the Phoenix Massing, is where you're going up to. So it is the I want to say Typhon system of the Phoenix Massing. Why are you going there? That's actually where the Citadel East and West are. So a little bit of backstory reminder for Messy and for Wade. Though Rena's character doesn't know shit, and Pat's character knows a little bit, but like honestly has had his head inside of, he's only 8 years old, or no, sorry, 16 years old, or 15 years old. And he's had his head inside of like a box the entire time. Like he's been shoved inside of like derelict ships. He doesn't really know the greater beyond of the galaxy yet.
Their back?
What?
You said he was in a box? That's messed up.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, Messy, that one fell flat. Like that one tripped up the stairs.
Just because you have my background doesn't mean you need my bad delivery. Self-burn.
Okay, moving on.
Delivery.
Thank you.
All right, back to the game. Before I get yelled at because you're off course. So you guys are going to be going to where the Citadel, after the actual Citadel station itself disappeared because it was over in Sol's in the Sol system when a couple of the relays went kaboomy boomy. Obviously, the galaxy's government had to move on. So with the introduction of a new Citadel species, being the Quarian / Geth, have a single representative to represent both of the species, since they do have peace going on in their galaxy. They decided to have the Citadel take place in two different compounds. There's something called Citadel West, and yes, there is a whole bunch of handouts that Wade pointed at before we went live, but you guys weren't here yet, so maybe you didn't know or notice. There's a whole bunch of handouts that are visible to you guys now. So there's the Citadel West, which incorporates the races of the Asari, the Turians, and the Solarians, which is the original Citadel races. And they have something called the Citadel East, which unfortunately the humans were relegated off into the east, especially since they lost their system and their connection to the, what's that system called over there? The Serpent Nebula. And they're over there with the Quarian representative. Again, this one representative, they happen to be Quarian, but they have to represent both Quarians and Geth equally. So it could be either race holding that position, but it's a Quarian right now. Those are the places. So you're going to be going to a planet by the name of 8. 8 happens to be inside of the, I believe, the Typhon system of the Phoenix Massing cluster. So that's where you're heading to, Wade. Over in Calliston Rift, more or less you go there with your ship. You are able to jump through the, so go from the location where you were all the way over to the relay. Jump through the relay. From there, you're going to...
Did we just die?
I think so.
I was.
What happened?
I'm working on my spells and I misclicked. Sorry.
She disrupted prematurely.
I disrupted you guys, so just ignore me.
Can we keep
Continue.
going? All right, cool. So to be sure. All right. So yeah, you what was I saying? So you guys are gonna just jump over there. For how long that takes, don't worry about it right now. Short version, call it 2 days, a little bit less, for you to get over to that location. So that is how you're arriving there. Rena and Messy, your characters are arriving there a little bit differently. You were again in a different area, heading that direction. Rena, your whole planet was being lifted up by the Hanar that had come to save you with their one representative that was supposed to go and convince you, did so, convince the others, etc., etc. And so similarly, you're heading over to the planet of 8, which is for the Citadel East. All right. For those of you in chat that are familiar with the Planet of Eight, because you've played the video games beforehand and you know this is where Overlord takes place, then you would know that the Planet 8 was a relatively uninhabited world before, because at a moon that was orbiting it, the moon had a very unstable orbit, which would have eventually caused the moon to crash into the planet in about 200 years, causing mass extinction of everything that's there. Things have changed in that amount of time. So first and foremost, upon your arrival to the Planet of Eight. So as your planet approaches 8, one of the big things that is going to be noticed, and this is by both ships, both parties that are arriving here. One of the things that you're going to be able to see is that the planet is green and blue with an incredibly thick atmosphere. It happens to be orbiting a dim red dwarf star. So you can see that star kind of, off in the distance, giving off that nice, beautiful red light coming off of it, which of course changes the hue that you're going to see elsewhere. Rena, actually, I forgot to say, it was taking 6 days, I think, for your character to arrive. I needed 6 Constitution saves from you.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Bitch. That was it, Pat.
Is this where we could have used the cool beacon thing to find out more about the planet?
No.
Damn. See, we couldn't use it anyway. Wait, it's useless.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh, geez, Rena. You're all over the map.
Ooh.
Wow.
So far.
1, 2. Okay. Were you happy with all those?
Back to back.
Yeah, I know. Were you happy with all those rolls, Rena? Did you want to luck any of them? Like, say, for instance, the 10?
I was thinking about that since it's a 10, just like a little higher, but I don't know. I guess we
Go
could
for
start
it.
and
An
see,
11 or
like, how
12
much
is probably
luck
what
we
you
have.
need.
Yeah.
Everything in our abilities are 11s or 12s.
A 4.
All
And
right.
It doesn't tell us how many dice we have left, though.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
it does. But if you're in dark mode on Chrome, you have to literally highlight text as you bloop it in, because Chrome and Roll20
there's
hate you.
7. There's 7 left.
Yep, I know.
Thank you.
Listen, that's not me. That's
Scott
Roll20's
did it.
dark mode.
God did it.
I was in dark mode the last campaign and it showed me.
It's because it didn't use the correct text. It used the
Um,
fake text, so it worked.
If it took us 2 days to get here, do we heal at all over that time?
Yeah. You'd be able to heal all of your missing health during this time. You're fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
Wade
because I was
kinda
told to
got
leave it
screwed
at
up
I was
a
at
little
12 of 36, so I was pretty beat up.
Mm-hmm.
So we're full health. That's good. To
Well, it
know.
took us 2 whole days to get here, so I imagine you'd heal a decent chunk of it.
Did I reload in that time?
Technically speaking, what you heal during that time, because it's 2 days, Wade, is you'd heal 4 hit dice and still be at max hit dice unless you wanted to spend more. So if you wanted to roll 4 hit dice,
Sure. It's been a while since I've 5E'd, so is there a button I click on to roll hit dice?
it says hit dice. I'm going to throw my ice cream in the freezer.
There's a lot of
You just-
things it says. Let me find it. You all see where it says hit dice?
Yeah, it says current hit points.
Do you see hit dice?
No.
Did you find it?
No. We're looking.
It's on your character sheet. Hold on.
Hit dice, it's
I
under
was looking at my
well,
character sheet. That is the thing I was starting to look at.
It's above like your exhaustion level and indoctrination level.
Oh, there it is. 3 out of 3 hit dice. Okay, so how many of these am I rolling?
You're going to roll 4 if you need to roll 4. You can just go bum, 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 bum. One
Am I
more.
getting a +2?
You're a con.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
All right. Does that not bring you to max? It looks like it does not. You rolled absolute trap. Why are you rolling D4? Oh, wait, it's set wrong for you. It's set incorrectly for you. It's correct now. Re-roll those.
Okay.
You're rolling D4s. That's why. Go ahead. That's better. Hey, look at that. I think you're already at max. All right, cool.
Yeah.
You're at max
okay,
health. You're at
that's
max
a lot
health.
better than D4s. What is that? A D8 or a D10?
D10, yeah.
Yeah, I'd
So-
rather have those.
Yeah, so you're at max health, and you would still have all of your hit dice back, because you would have healed 2 hit dice overnight. 2 days past, you're good to go. Cool. All right. Any other details, or dive right into it?
I think we're good.
So, as I said, from the distance, you can see the green and blue planet with its thick atmosphere orbiting the red dwarf star that's there. As you're approaching the planet, one of the things that would catch you off guard is you would notice a massive superstructure that happens to exist. Now, you're in the vastness of space. Things don't exactly stand out as noticeable in space. So it's not that it's so massive of a superstructure that you just are able to see it in the darkness. No, what it is that it's a massive superstructure that happens to be in orbit around the planet, but in orbit in such a way that it actually matches the orbit of the moon. It is a massive, massive superstructure that's there, bigger than any space station you've ever seen other than the Citadel, had you seen the Citadel before, though not quite as large as that by any stretch. Still bigger than probably about 4 or 5 dreadnoughts put together. Absolutely incredible in size. And one of the other remarkable things you see about it is that as this thing is floating over the planet, is there seems to be this strange looking blue beam coming out of the bottom of this and connecting with some point in space on the planet below. And as you know, even though you're not going to see enough time elapse for this to properly happen, as the thing is continuing to move in its orbit around the planet, you'll see that the beam will move along with it. So that as long as it's in line of sight of the planet below, it has a beam connecting the two locations. And then once it's on the other side of the planet, obviously it'll discontinue and recontinue again when it's on this side. You can imagine, for those of you that knew beforehand about the moon's messed up orbit, this is probably the reason why things are able to run much more smoothly here. On your approach, one of the things that Messy and Rena, your ship being a Hanar ship, is actually going to be called over to that massive superstructure. So we're going to get to you guys in a moment. But as for Wade and Pat, your ship does not need to go there. Yours is a originally human-designed vessel and has already visited this planet beforehand, already has, and it's so small in size that it's welcome to just go and land planet side. So for the two of you, this is Wade and Patrick. As you enter the planet's atmosphere, one of the things you're going to experience is a rather bumpy ride. Due to the turbulent weather patterns that constantly plague this planet. The clouds outside of the ship for the areas of mylar glass that you can see through outside the windows are a mix of dark shades of purples and greens with many bolts of lightning kind of, striking around inside the clouds around you. When eventually you pierce through the clouds, you can see that the bolts of lightning are continuing to strike down there as well. So as you descend and you see this landscape below, traveling still up in the air, but along the beneath the cloud cover, along the surface, you can see a whole different mixture of terrains. You pass over deserts, various rocky terrains. You can see a couple of small settlements and cities and what have you, kind of dotted here and there. Again, whether if you be looking out the windows, if you're checking on the various scanners that you have on your ship. Finally, as you approach the actual location that you're going to, which is Citadel East, this is the ground compound that's here. You're going to notice that this is a very large and industrial city here. You're going to be kind of like radio in, and they give you permission to go and land at a spaceport that's nearby. So in the large industrial city, you can see a huge landing area with a ton of different docking bays down there. It's all surrounded by massive, tall buildings, factories that are unfortunately emitting, smokes and steams and whatnot as they're producing whatever various products that they have. When you finally are able to land the ship and to open it up for the first time, you can tell that around this part of the city that you were given permission to land in, the air is kind of thick with the smell of machinery and industrial work. This is not the nicest part of the city that you were given permission to landing, but considering the fact that you, Wade, are flying a ship that has been registered in the past as being belonging to mercenaries, freelancers, and so on and so forth, holy shit, Jesus Christ, Storm Pineapple, for what you're able to, for what your ship has been registered to do, it makes sense that is why you would be here. Landing on this part of the station. So anyways, once you guys land and kind of get your stuff together, you can imagine, and Pat, please correct me if you think you would do otherwise. Obviously, you have your armor on, you get your weapons before you leave the ship. Sound about right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. As you exit the ship, one of the things you're going to notice is similar to any other spaceport that you're going to go to is you're going to see somebody from immigrations or customs office is going to be walking by and doing various checks. And once they see you coming out, you can see almost a robot, I should say. If you're familiar with what are they called? Give me a second.
Star Force?
Oh, here we go. Loki mech. you see a Loki mech comes walking up to you. To describe a Loki mech for those of you that aren't familiar, Loki mechs are humanoid, bipedal framed, again, humanoid robots. They're very, very simple. They don't have a sleek design like iRobot or that movie, more mechanical, more squared off. Their entire head looks like it's wearing a helmet, similar to the rest of the crew would be if you were out on an important job, with its entire plate being effectively an LED screen. The LED screen will sometimes, show eyes there, or it'll have like little symbols. This one, as it's approaching you, is giving you like a big red circle and a red X sign, more or less saying, stop, wait for me to approach. So you can see this Loki mech like making its walk over to you. An important thing to note, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it normal to just be walking around with your weapon drawn out, or is that kind of like
you're gonna put it away?
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna put it away. Yeah.
I figure we're at a dock and there's no one really here to like. All right, go ahead.
I forget what you said. What brought us to this planet specifically, or this system specifically, from where we were? Is this where the job originally was?
So for you, you're going to want to come here to get your payment for the job that you originally had, but also this ship is not under your name, and if you're going to claim it as being yours, you're going to want to clean up registrations. Otherwise, there could be more problems in the future, right? So
I was the original pilot of this ship, right? So do I know who it was registered to?
Yeah, we discussed it beforehand. The guy was actually like, oh, the ship doesn't have a name because, and there was the whole thing I mentioned in session 0 about it being more or less just a bunch of malarkey. And it's like, registration, man, that's not what it is. And you're like, yeah, that's illegal. I'm not going to, I'm piloting the ship, but if you're going to stay with the ship and not just be, oh, I'm just a hired pilot, you're going to want to have your I's dotted and your T's crossed, right? I mean, your alliance, you get it, Don't need to give the cop any ammunition for when they pull you over. Just fucking change your tail light. All right, where were we? So either way, so as you have this Loki mech approaching, they're gonna kind of walk up to you and immediately ask for identification. But to be clear, this isn't identification of your two individual persons. They don't care about that at all. They're actually looking for identification of the ship, so more or less it's registration for the ship that's docking here. Wade, I imagine you can hand this over pretty quickly, but are you going to explain that you intend to? I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, I got the registration here. Kind of a bit of a mess. I'm going to go over to try to get it all sorted out while I'm here too, because I don't even know the full story of this registration. But here's what I got.
Okay, you hand over the registration information, and they say, it seems as though the ship is registered under a different name.
Yep, like I said, bit of a mess, so I just need to go over and get it sorted.
Is this ship stolen?
Not by us. It was given to us for a job. I was just a pilot.
The ship was not stolen. Is the owner deceased?
That's what I need to go have the conversation about. I don't know.
You're going to have to come with me. And it more or less turns, and you can see it gets aggressive as its hand goes down by its side, and it pulls out a pistol, and it keeps the pistol down by its side but in its hand. And then it says, follow me, walk in front.
Graff will turn over to, I don't forget what your character's name is. I could want to say Krogan
Strix.
Strix. And he'll just give an eye roll.
I imagine I'll be walking next to you. Is this normal protocol?
Yep. As far as I know. I mean, I guess unless it's not normal, but it seems normal to me.
Just because of the fact that it's not legally belong to anybody who's here, sort of a thing. You know what I mean? You won't have to deal with this in the future. Oh, yeah, it did get fucked up because of that.
I'll be kind of looking everywhere because this is kind of new for me.
Look, I know you're a little prone to, well, at least your kind's prone to violence here. But just let me do the talking. Everything should go pretty smooth. And I got no love or hate for Solarians. They're fine. But if you see one, maybe don't go after it right away this time. I'd like to get out of here in one piece and get my money.
As you wish.
We'll just continue to look around.
Then we'll just
As you are following the droid from in front of it, or the Loki mech from in front of it, one of the things you can see as you're looking around is, like I said, because you're inside the industrial area. A lot of the people around here, most are wearing, like working clothes that you would see somebody going into and out of jobs, whatnot. Very few people you see wearing armor. Those that are probably wearing more like a chest piece or just like some arms or legs pieces, not like wearing full sets of armor or anything like that, like you guys are. Those that you do find wearing full sets, they don't just wear full sets of armor, they're also fully geared out with weapons and what have you. You can clearly tell that they're mercs or some other degree of somebody who's seen some shit. But let's take it back a step. If you're older than, let's say 18 years old, you've seen some shit. Even if you're only 18 years old or less, you've probably seen some shit. The entire galaxy just got attacked by thousands of building-sized spaceships that were intelligent and going gobble 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 as they were consuming about half of all sapient and spacefaring life in the galaxy. So, I mean, I say they've seen some shit, but more or less and they also were capable of fighting back. Everybody here has a story. Everybody here has suffered incredible loss, except for Krogan Paul. He's living life. He's doing great.
Big chilling.
Yeah, he's not so bad. He's pretty young. So, as you guys are making your way through the area, you're brought over to where the offices are to have this handled. Now, I don't want to do some RP of red tape bullshit that's going to be boring as hell for all of us. So the short version is you sit there and you talk through the paperwork and what have you. And Wade, more or less, they tell you for you to register the ship over to your name from the name of who it was beforehand, it's going to cost you 10,000 credits. And you're sitting there like, are you fucking kidding me? 10,000 credits? You don't even have 10,000 credits on you. And they're like, listen, if the ship is not registered to you, we can't have it leave the planet. You're welcome to the ship, and you can use it all you want planet side, but you're not allowed to take this interplanetary if it's not properly registered.
Wait.
Them's the rules.
How many credits do you have?
not 10K. I think like 2,500.
If that's an issue, he would have just Strix would have interjected or just kind of jabbed you and given you the money that we got from selling the stuff, which I got 9K from. If credits are an issue, and he'll just hand over a card.
He'll nod, but he won't offer it up. So, protocol for if a ship has no current owner is to charge 10,000 to transfer ownership or get it as salvage.
Well, unless you have proof of death of the previous owner, we have to know that they've been deceased. Listen, you have to understand, work with me for a second here, okay? I understand that you have a service record and you're probably not doing anything fucky out there. I appreciate that. I have a lot of family that served. I've always been, desk side myself. But the simple fact of the matter is, everybody's got a ship that just turned up. People are out there with, 5, 6, 7 ships. And we have to keep track of who is what and where. Otherwise, we have pirates. Now, I respect the fact that you served, and I believe that you still have a good conscience, and you believe in the law and order of things, and you're not trying to skirt around those laws or the orders to, benefit yourself, right? You're not a mercenary or anything, are you?
I'm just a pilot, and a pilot does not have 10,000 spare credits lying around. Not these days.
You come back, like I said, you can use it all you'd like planet side. You don't have to have interplanetary registration done, and you're
What kind of
welcome
proof
to.
do you need that this guy's dead, and how do I go about finding it? You can't search it up on your terminal or something?
Do you have any idea how many people have turned up dead in the past 16 years? With the collectors before
I got
that?
my list like everyone else does.
Exactly. So no, we can't just go looking up some random. Looks at the person's name that's on there. There is no name on there. He's like, I don't even know what this is. This is like the worst registered. I mean, it looks like it was done in Omega. Oh,
Yeah, and tell me how you want me to clean this up without spending 10,000 credits.
he just kind of shrugs and says, listen, I'm sure there's some jobs around the Citadel, around the compounds, around the Citadel compounds. Keep your eye open. Maybe you impress the right person. It can be waived for you.
Graff won't really say anything. He'll get up and just start to leave.
I'll follow.
How many cabbages? So you guys get up and walk out. Feel free to jump into an RP as you're making your way into a more common area. Oh, I do want to point out one thing. As you left this office, you could easily have gone and stayed inside the because this is kind of like was in the edges of the industrial area, was where this offices were. You can easily have gone to a different part of the city where it is very different than everything I've described beforehand. You're literally standing at a crossroads as you're entering into your RP, and like kind of looking to your right, you can see the industrial area where there's like this smoke billowing out and it has that smell. And you're looking to your left and you can see like clean skies, beautiful skyline, parks, you know, that typical, this is like the nice, clean Mass Effect kind of feel that I'm going for. So I'll jump into your RP.
Question before we do. I imagine over the years, Graff being a relatively moral person, by the law, by the books person, would he know where to typically he would go to look for work on a planet like this if he was trying to do something either pro-alliance or not scummy?
So I mean, like, it's one of those things where you can walk around and just start asking, basic questions or what have you, go to the typical dens where something might be looked up. Because you served beforehand, you could swing by because the Alliance has a strong military here, just like the flotilla has a strong presence here. You could swing by where they have their representation. There's also the other council racers who will have ambassadors here. Not all of them do, but because most of them want to have their embassies over in the west. But some of them will have them here in the east and the west, or just the east. And you can swing by the embassies and see if they need assistance with stuff. You know, typical.
I think he would swing by an Alliance military type place.
Sure.
Unless Strix tries to stop to go anywhere along the way, but he would head to something like that.
Sure. Are you guys going to RP on the way there?
Yeah,
You just kind of jump cutting. Okay, go ahead.
Sad to say things were going better during the war than after.
I don't have any recollection of it. It was before my time.
Yeah, you pretty young then?
15.
Pretty young. You're a big son of a bitch for being young.
I've been told I'll grow bigger as well. But you won't find
his eyes will widen slightly, then he'll just like shake his head.
You won't find an engineer better than me, though. At least for my age.
I'll say that almost like boastful.
Yeah, well, I've been useful in a couple of jobs I did in the past. Let's just hope the Alliance has something for us to do here. We're gonna have to make some money on planet, then, or, maybe we'll just scrap the ship and get something else. I don't know. It's kind of how the last 10 years have been anyway. Skirting by job. I fly. And I fly.
I fix. Seems like we could help each other out, definitely.
Yeah. Let's just hope you're better than that damn Solarian was.
They'll just kind of grunt.
Grunt is a different Krogan. Sorry. All right. Jump cut to Rena and Messi. You guys are back on the Hanar vessel that we described before. And one of the things to notice about the Hanar vessel, Rena, is, like I said beforehand, over in the area where you would be kept would not be in the Hanar spot of the ship. The Hanar spot of the ship is aquatic. It's literally inside water. They have to go out. They have to literally go to, what are they called? Like airlocks within their own ship to go from like the part that's the Hanar part and the part that's like for the others, like let's say Drell or guests that are there. So you're sitting on the Drell part. As I mentioned beforehand, the sudden pressure change from being 1.45 Earth pressures to being something like 0.95 or some shit was so extreme that it took you the whole 6 days to acclimate yourself to this. There's like a word for it. I can't remember what it is, but when you like depressurize too quickly, it gets like bending or being, whatever. It makes you all fucked up. It could actually it damage your organs and whatnot. So you were starting off with 4 levels of exhaustion. You had 6 days to heal from it, and it took you all 6 days. You healed. Good job. It's good that you use that luck die. You have start off with 0 levels of exhaustion in your character, no penalties to you. Did you have that on your character sheet? Is that something you need to adjust? Or are you good?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
You're good. Did you need to adjust that on your character sheet? Did you have your exhaustion levels on there? Or are you good?
I remember probably writing it down somewhere, but I actually don't have it on my sheet, so I think I'm all right.
Okay. Cool. So then, as you guys were approaching, one of the things you're going to see is, as is described to them, the green-blue worlds, the thick atmosphere, et cetera, that's here, but not thick like, you were dealing with before, but just the kind of stormy atmosphere. But you guys aren't going to be approaching the planet directly. Because of the size of the vessel that you're in, you're not allowed to land on that planet. The planet has strict rules about that. You actually have to go to the station that's set up above. So this station up here, it's called the, it's the, what phrase do I have? It's in some of my little handouts. So many lore handouts. Citadel East. It's the orbiting station. It's the orbital station. So one of the when you guys go and arrive at the orbital station, like I said, this massive superstructure that happens to be orbiting around the planet with the moon, you can actually when you approach, you can see that it's very, very, very strong Geth presence happens to be here. Which, if your character is a bit older, like Rena's, this is going to be a little bit jarring for you. I mean, I don't know how much Messi's character would have told you that the Geth are now a part of the Citadel species or whatever, but like, you're going to arrive here, you're going to have a Hanar come up to you and be like, this one was pleased to have been able to provide the service. This one wishes you all the luck in the eyes of the Enkindler. This one bids you farewell. And you guys are going to like walk off of the Hanar station with like a correct paperwork or whatever to go get processed and be fine and have an opportunity to live a better life and all that shit that I mentioned beforehand. But you literally step off to there being Geth troopers around. And it's just like, these guys are the people killing people. What are you doing? So I'm not sure how much of a reaction Rena's character would have, or if Messi and you had like a bit of a chatter to expect this coming off the ship.
I guess that depends on how long the travel took to get here.
6 days. 6 days. But you were, you had the bends the whole time. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. True. If she was like not feeling well, I imagine that she wouldn't have spoken much, but that's not to say that his character wouldn't have come and tried to talk to her anyway. So I don't know. That's up to him.
I don't think he's playing a chatty character. Messi?
I got no idea what I'm doing here.
Okay,
right.
and I'm only saying that because last time he wouldn't stop asking me questions. I was like, oh my god, okay. I mean, if there were a point though that she'd be like, all right, I'm feeling okay, she would definitely want answers for like what the hell's been going on. So imagine maybe he would have given her a brief rundown, but upon seeing all these Geth around, like she might look concerned, like it might be obvious on her face, but if they're not immediately attacking anybody, then she's not really gonna do too much about it. She'll probably just be looking at all of them very warily as they're making their way to wherever they're going.
You was gonna say, what's your passive insight? That's 10 plus your modifier.
Oh, it's 15.
Okay, cool. So when you step off the thing, you can tell that the Geth that are on there don't even pay any attention to you people coming off of the ship. Yeah, I mean you people, all you humans coming off of the ship. They don't pay any attention to you as you come off of it. You're not a concern at all. You're literally here with refugee status. So you step out, and there's that moment where you probably stop and pause and look around and take it in. But when you see everybody else kind of moving forward, you also see the humans are also similarly like thrown off by this because they also would have had the bends as well coming off of that pressurized area. So some of them still in absolute shit condition. They don't have the same constitution save you have, which is a +0? Okay, maybe they do. Never mind. They're as good as you are. So either way, coming out of there, they, some of them still fucked up or whatnot. They're also thrown off. So it literally has to be a moment where somebody starts like freaking out and acting up or what have you. And another Geth has to come over and explain to them, being like, there is no cause for alarm. There is no cause for alarm. No harm will be brought to you or any of your people. You do not need to stay on this station. It is understood that this might not be the most comfortable of locations for you. Allow us to guide you the correct way. And then they like turn and walk with you. But it's taking a lot of pages from like the Alliance military, which takes a lot of pages from the U.S. military. You can see that where there are stations guards, not just ones walking around, they will have like a rifle out and in hand, as opposed to just like standing there with weapons on their hard points. So there are a couple of Geth guards that are standing by with rifles in hands, but the one that's guiding the group of you doesn't say anything. I imagine, Rena, at some point you probably toss a look over at Frait. I don't know if he says anything or if you two say anything to each other or just silently continue on.
He would probably be acting very normal. This is all very mundane.
Okay. I mean, if he didn't say anything, then she might ask like on the way. So, where are you taking us?
When you probably like push through and go up to the actual Geth and ask the Geth that, you ask, where are you taking us? You are refugee status, correct?
Yes.
You are to be processed as refugees.
Okay, logical. But I meant more, like where specifically?
To the containment facilities where all refugees must go while they're being processed.
Right. Okay. Kind of realizing that she's not getting any answers. She's just gonna go along with it for now. Especially if Frait seems unfazed by it, then she'll just...
He'd probably just nod along, like not really paying attention. Because he's heard it, he knows what's happening. Theoretically.
So when you guys get brought over to where it is that you're going to be contained, honestly, it's really comfortable. I mean, they bring you to an area where it's like a large living room sitting area for the many people that are going there to spend time. Too small for the number of people. There's a bunch of rooms there with beds and whatnot, but again, not enough for all the people that are there. Overall, it's relatively cozy. Frait, you don't have to wait with them, though you're waiting for them to finish getting processed because you're kind of like handling the situation. You don't have to wait with them. Would your character wait here or would you go elsewhere? Like a nearby place to grab a bite to eat and a drink.
Yeah, he'd probably make sure they're all comfortable and like not freaking out, and then he'd dip and go.
What's your passive perception?
My passive perception is 12.
Okay. One of the things that you're going to hear when you're inside of a place and grabbing some burgers. Now, you say this plural. Does this mean you want sliders?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, I just assume they're not going to be particularly large. I figure if it's multiple little ones.
Space? They just kind of have tubes where they squeeze like gel out of.
Messy, I got a tube for you to squeeze some gel out of. But in the meanwhile,
okay. I don't want to eat your soap.
But in the meanwhile, you guys are over in the Citadel East. So there's two types of foods that happen here, that are predominantly happen here. You have human foods and you have Quarian foods. Since you're not dextroamino, you're going to go with the human foods. So, you have, space burgers made out of, real cow, genetically grown in a lab.
Where can
and you have
this delicious food, Spacies.
There you go,
It's real
space.
cow, but in small text underneath it, right above where it says real cow, it says just like.
Yeah. Nice. Where were we? Okay, cool. So, you're going to go there. You're going to be having your food or whatever it is. But one of these you're going to end up overhearing is you're going to hear somebody saying, like, it's just like little words that catch your attention at first. It's like, yeah, fucking Geth. And like, a couple more words go by. It's like, yeah, they're going to get them eventually. They're going to get them. And like one time, maybe you're done eating your meal and you're waiting for the check to be brought over for you to leave. It's like silent enough that you can kind of actually hear the words being said by the people nearby. Be like, yeah, they're gonna get that Geth son of a bitch. I'm telling you, they're going to. I mean, he's killed how many people now? 7, 8, and the other person says, says, well, we don't know which Geth it is. The fuck you saying? Well, you said he. Geth are an amalgamation of a whole bunch of different programs. They don't necessarily take a, the guy's like, you fucking kidding me? There's a murderer on the loose. Someone's got to pay for this. Like, oh, okay. Well, just making sure that you knew that maybe you had the wrong Geth in mind. Are you saying that I don't like Geth? He says like maybe a little bit too loud. And then like the check is brought over and you pay the bill really quickly. Like, listen, I'm just, sorry I brought it up. Okay. Sorry I brought it up. Did you want another drink? And like they go back to their, conversation or whatever as you're able to leave the place messy.
So there's a serial killing Geth on the loose? That's nuts. Can I read more about that with my Omni tool?
Yeah, actually you can. So after you finish getting your burgers, do you just want to stay there a little bit longer? Because you're like, yeah, they're still in processing.
Yeah, I'll just scroll through the news.
Sure. So you go scrolling through and you can actually make for me, this is an investigation, but you actually have an advantage on it because you can do it at leisure and utilizing the extranet.
I forgot to turn on advantage. I thought it was going to prompt me, but it did not.
It's a little ticker at the top.
There you go.
Cool. So with your 17, much better than your 7. With your 17, you're looking on the news. You can see, in fact, apparently there are 7 deaths that are related to this situation. So apparently out of the 7 individuals that were killed, 5 of them were Quarians. One of them was a human. And funny enough, one of them was a jelly. I mean, a Hanar was killed. The Hanar are one of the few Citadel races that have an embassy both in the east and the west. They do so because it helps to expand their influence over the Citadel council members. Moving on. So you can see that there are 7 murders that have happened. People don't actually know that it was a Geth. Nobody has any clue for a fact that it was a Geth. There's just one reason why everybody knows it's a Geth. It's because the dead bodies are being found without the appropriate like injuries, like piercing wounds or scorching or whatnot that would happen from traditional weapons. It has very much the vibe of a Geth rifle that is doing this to people. The problem is Geth like pulse rifles and whatnot. Their range, while certainly they can have a decent range, they're not very accurate at great ranges. And this thing is getting some pretty good accuracy. So again, everybody's pretty much assuming it's a Geth because only a Geth is that kind of processing to be able to hit a target that far away with a weapon that's that inaccurate. Like there's no other way that it's anybody else. So that's kind of like the information that you pick up.
So you're just saying that they're Gething.
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear what you said. They're
Oh,
what?
I got it.
They're Gethly?
It was-
Is that what
it
you
was-
said?
it was-
Like
it was
that's
You
stupid.
can't hear enough to Geth is what he was
It's-
saying.
Yeah, it was stupid.
Say
Yeah.
Gethly?
You know,
Say Gethly? What?
Yep.
Guessing? With a lisp? Okay.
It's funnier when we have to explain it.
I didn't even hear it. That's the problem. I thought he said Gethly. I
Oh,
said,
try
yeah,
putting
I
your
guess the
headphones
guy's
on.
Gethly. I am
Okay, good.
trying.
Good work.
Maybe it's all the extra sound bouncing off the chair behind you. Move the chair out of the way and you'll be better.
I need that one.
Yeah, my chat doesn't like the fact that it's gone now. I get a lot of shit for the fact I got a new chair.
Oh, did you?
Do you see the big white chair behind me?
Oh, you have a big dome piece. So I just figured it was behind your head. What do you have now? Is it our Herman Miller?
It is.
I had one of those. I just so does it actually work? Like, I had the Arion, I think it was called, and I was too tall, so it didn't work for my lower back. But that's because apparently there's a different Herman Miller you should get once you're over a certain height.
This
'Cause
is
they
a
don't work for the
Logitech
same.
Herman Miller crossover. I forget what it's called. It's very expensive.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, the one I had, I did not pay for. I got it as a gift. Well, secondhand as a gift, but it was like $1,600 chair. That one, you know what I mean? But that was again apparently because it was a gift, it wasn't the right size for me. So, anyways,
Because you're
they're
so
really good
tall.
chairs.
I use
I
a
know.
wooden bar stool.
I can use normal chairs, but Scott's too tall for normal chairs.
No,
Especially with
you
his
probably
2 booster seats.
again. There's different different Herman Millers up. They're really good. Funny enough, I was actually having a chair conversation at work earlier, but
That's great.
back to the game. Yeah. So where were we?
I don't know,
Okay,
you're the
wait, I'm
DM.
sorry. I'll take the bait. What the fuck is a chair conversation? What is that?
Oh, somebody was asking for chair advice, and we literally talked about Herman Miller's and
Chair. Okay, wait, hold on. What chair advice is? What chair to get? Is that what you mean?
Guys, I'm having
Yeah.
a hard time at home.
Okay.
My chair left me. I don't know what to do.
Well,
Is
you
my
sit
son
in a
old enough for the
chair
chair talk?
for that many hours a day. You know, it's good to be comfortable.
I
All
don't know
right,
what
so
to do
back to
without them. They've always been in my life. I really cherished our time together.
Oh god. Just the way you described it was like its own genre of conversation.
the game. So you you hear this information, Messy, and you're able to kind of like after you're done reading this, and you know maybe you finished the last few French fries that were on your plate. Wow, they really do know how to make potatoes here. You were able to go rejoin with the rest. Rena, time passed and eventually they brought you into the processing area. Now remember how before I said that the Hanar have the embassies on both Citadel areas? Over here, they used a lot of pull, like I talked about beforehand, what they were doing for the Volus and so on and so forth, to make sure that your processing went nice and smooth and easy. They didn't want any reason for anybody to have to go back or cause problems. They were just like, go away, get out of here, shh, be quiet, go to sleep now. So your processing was actually done extremely rapidly. Something like this could easily take 1 month to a year. Within a few hours, your team of people were brought before like an area where they were, you know, questioned and given medical examining. You were medically examined as well in accordance to Alliance protocol or say Citadel protocol. You know, you can only be examined by either a somebody of the same gender or a robot. So you got a robot, which again was just really strange because now you have a Geth medical physicianer that's here in front of you. And you know, it's like as you walk in and you're like, the fuck? I don't know if you want to say anything or if you just, you know, no, I'm good.
I mean, she probably has a lot of questions, but I'm sure she's like wary about asking the Geth anyway. She's like, I'll just wait until I can talk to whoever we're going to talk to. But basically just go with whatever they have.
Before the examination starts, they'll actually look at you and say, the expression on your face suggests a degree of dissatisfaction.
Oh, sorry. It's just kind of my resting face.
Your concerns can be put aside. This unit is comprised of well over 1,000 systems, most of which are trained in the medical field to handle a variety of xenobiology, Asari being one of the prime ones, which is why this unit was assigned to overseeing your medical examination. If you would be willing to relax, this unit can begin the examination. And then like literally comes over with like needles and shit.
Oh my god. she most definitely doesn't relax, but she's not gonna fight it. She's like, all right, fine. It's fine. I get it.
It takes like a small sample of blood, but otherwise more or less just the scans of the body. And you're put into a room. About an hour later, you get your questioning. And then eventually, we're talking again like a handful of hours later in total, you're released. They are bringing you over to where your transportation is going to be happening. Messy, your character has been through this beforehand. It's always jarring. You never get used to it. But more or less, you're brought into a room and is there kind of like being filtered, you know, within the station. You're walking down the hallway itself, coming through the station and walking into the room where you're joining in with the rest of them. So as you walk into the room, I imagine the two of you would see each other. You know, it's kind of like that notice of recognition. Rena, your character be wearing the same clothing. You weren't changed or anything like that. They just kind of, you know, spray your body down and hit you with like UV light and whatnot to make sure that you're sanitized. But then you go into this room where once you go into it, there's like a strange little ringed area that has like a big glass wall with glass doors in front of it. And there is a Quarian that's overseeing the area. And just kind of, you know, as you're approaching, they say, okay, we can do in with the number of people that you have here, we're going to be going in 4 groups. So let's just go 1 group at a time. Rena, do you choose to go in the first group or no?
Yeah, she would.
Cool. So you and Messi are going to go into the first group with a handful of the other people that are around you. You're walking through this like glass double door and onto this like circle that's there. And then once it's time, you look down, like as you're taking this in, you look down and you realize that the circle itself has a strange pattern to it. You're like, that pattern looks familiar. How do I know this? And then it opens up like a sphincter. And you are standing over a beam of light and falling at extreme speeds that are extremely disorienting. We're talking like, imagine being on like a Tower of Terror kind of drop, but falling through light at extreme speeds before the thing just kind of like comes to a stop. And then like more or less a sphincter closes above your head and you're standing in a room at the bottom. And you're just like all sorts of disoriented. Mind you, you just woke up this morning feeling okay for the first time in a week. And then you just were like, and
I imagine immediately nauseous, like, and tries to steady herself on whatever's in here if there's anything.
Yep. Immediately a human attendant comes rushing through the doorway and starts handing out barf bags for people that might need them.
I don't know if she'll get sick or not.
You want to roll a con save? DC 11,
Yeah,
DC
sure.
7. DC 7. You can do this. I have faith in you.
Yeah, she's good.
Perfect. And so you're fine. You know, a couple people yak or whatever it is. Eventually, you guys find your way out. Now, where you come appearing on the compound ground side is not at all like the what you had seen upstairs. I want to now give one more big description before I'm going to throw it to you guys, see if you want to RP, and then I'm going to move to the next step. So with your descriptions of everything that you had seen upstairs, downstairs, so on and so forth, it does change like a little bit. A huge thing to note about like the style, the flavor or whatnot is that downstairs, the planetside compound, it is very much human in design. Like the what's what I'm looking for here? The buildings, the way the roads are laid out, the structures, the artwork being things like or the fact that there is artwork being things like sculptures and whatnot. This very much has a human feel to it. This is the groundside compound where Pat and Wade were before, and you guys just arrived to. But despite being a human design, it does have a few elements from some of the other, council races inside there. There's like, an amalgamation of the other one, Solarian, Quarian, so on and so forth, that are kind of like thrown in there as little bits of flavors with maybe like the specific colors they would choose, swooping designs, little things like that just suggest that this is Citadel area. However, the compound that's upstairs is very, very, very different. That one, the orbital cat one, actually looks like an amalgamation of human, Quarian, and Geth design with a few elements of Asari, Solarian, and Taurian kind of like thrown in there for flavor. So upstairs very much had that cold feeling and very highly functional feeling of like a Geth, Quarian, human design. Downstairs feels very human, which is terrible for the two of you because neither of you are human, but great for the people that you're traveling with, which are almost exclusively human. When you guys land down there, you are in, if you have to imagine, more like a Presidium-like area, but outdoors. To make this explain for Pat and for you, Rena, when you go out there, there's growing grass all around, like sprawling areas of grass, beautiful trees that are growing up, huge beds of flowers here and there. The roads themselves that you're walking on are extremely clean. There's bike paths for people that are riding on their various like hover or two-wheeled electric bike style, movements going back and forth. Nobody walks. So nobody like rides bicycles anymore. You know what I mean? But various like electronic transportation. The area where cars drive through is nowhere near the walking space. That's going to be all on perimeter, kind of driving through and moving up to the areas that you want to get to. The superstructure that you're walking through, like this city area, it's all predominantly walking space and personal use riding space, right? It is absolutely stunning to look at. You can see the storms that I described to them as they were landing. That is not at all anything you experience, but you can see them off in the distance on the horizon, and they are truly beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Rena, roll me a science check.
Science. Okay.
Hey, great check. With your 18, you can actually see that, like I said beforehand, there's rolling clouds off in the distance, even though there's clear skies above where you are. Given that beautiful hue, like I said, it's like a bluish greenish planet with a red sun beaming in, giving like beautiful purple lights and whatnot in the horizon, even during daytime. Just genuinely a beautiful place to be. But those clouds, the storms that you see off in the distance, you can actually see there's something over near them. There's a small beam of light that stretches up periodically from the ground to the sky. Not constant, every once in a while, just like a little beam of light. And you actually can identify that as an old Asari designed terraforming technology. It's literally used to keep the storms at bay. So this area where you are is like LA. It almost never rains. It's constantly beautiful, so on and so forth. You don't deal with that chaos. Cool? Cool.
Yeah, nice.
You guys are now walking through this area. Before I jump to the next scene here, are there any RP you and Messy want to have with one another as the people that you're with are able to start kind of like filtering over to where they were assigned places to go and have a room and to start, have a list of jobs to apply for? They're all given an opportunity to start a new life here. So, like I said, processed in hours.
I mean, yeah, I guess. So how many of her people total did we end up bringing?
Yeah, your entire colony.
We said.
Your entire colony, which was, we said it was like 100 and something, right? Plus there were the other colonies. Everybody.
So I thought, originally I thought that it was just going to be like a group of us, and then he was like, yeah, then we can bring the rest of them.
Oh, my apologies.
Is that still true?
Yeah. I forgot that you had said that at the tail end of last session. Yes, that would still be true. I'm sorry. So, sorry. So you would have probably a good fifth of your total population coming off of that planet, including the different colonies that would be coming from.
Okay, so it's a lot more people than I was imagining.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I feel like
now I'm thinking of like a crying 6-year-old Asari girl being like, Asari. Sorry. Go ahead, Rena.
As long as everybody seems fine. I mean, there were just those handful of people who were kind of like her main go-to people when she was back on their planet. So unless they, had any objections, which she feels like they probably don't, they're probably super stoked to go and do whatever it is they gotta do. She might just say, to, it's not Axel, it's what was his name?
Christian?
The other guy who lived.
Oh, David.
David, and then Christian or whatever. Yeah, she'd probably talk to them and say, before you leave, just make sure everything seems fine. It seems like it should be, but there's going to be a lot that's changed since, well, it sounds like a lot's changed.
Following your lead, boss, says Christian. And David says, no offense, I'm not. This place is nice. I'm going to go get listen, I know it's a little TMI, but I want to take a shit in a toilet that flushes.
She shakes her head and chuckles, and she's like, listen, take care of yourselves. But it may seem like paradise. There's just a lot that we don't know. So keep that in mind. But I'll see you when I see you.
Christian says, yeah, always be careful. Wherever there's happiness, there's always misery.
Well,
Dave's like, bleak.
And enjoy yourself. She shakes her head, and then she turns to head back to meet up with Frait. Because I don't know I assume they didn't really give her an assignment like they gave to everyone else. So she's just going to see what.
Well, technically you got one too, but you also don't need it. Because yes, you're a refugee of there, but as long as you can reach out and make contact with your people, you're not too worried. It's like, I guess I could use this if I need while I'm waiting to make contact, but I also don't
Yeah.
need this shit. I have family who's, older than humanity, has had rocket ships.
Right.
Like,
Right.
like my mom was around for the Holy Roman Empire. Like for the founding of the Holy Roman Empire. My mom was there for that. So,
Whatever. Yeah. So she'll probably walk over to Frait then and be like, all right, so you were telling the truth. It's definitely a good sign.
I'm surprised you doubted me, but yes, I wasn't lying.
Well, you kind of came at me with a lot of information, and part of me was hoping that some of it wasn't true, though I'm believing that all of it was, so you can imagine how many things are running through my mind right now.
Well, you rest easy, knowing that the rest of your people are hopefully on their way soon.
Yeah, well, thank you. I do appreciate the help getting off that planet. But I do have a lot more questions. Though, if you would be willing to answer them, that is. I'm not sure if you're off on another assignment or something.
Well, I should be checking back in with my handler soon, but I guess if you have questions, I can give you my opinions. For factual information, most of it's going to be provided by your appointees.
Right. Well, mainly I want to know more about the, what did you call them? The Reapers?
Yeah. Sure, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Is there specific ones in mind, or did you just want the whole history of what happened?
I mean, you gave me the rundown and showed me which planets were most affected. They completely destroyed some of them as well, like just gone.
Well, mostly the mass relays that went down just mean that we can't know for sure. But the Reapers devastated a lot of populations before they were, well, they're not exactly all gone, but were fended off. Here, and he kind of looks around behind him. Scott, is there like a directory or something for like a Reaper museum or something I could point them to?
It's still a little fresh to see a Reaper museum, but one of the things that you can find actually is for a lot of the fallen heroes that have died during this time, and you can absolutely swing by, kind of like
Like a memorial.
I mean, this is the Alliance military area. Planet side's way more human-esque, so definitely some military respective spots like memorials. You're from the south,
I have a few places we could swing by if you wanted to see where we've honored people that have fallen, but as far as news goes, I mean, you really just have to check an Omni tool. You should be getting one. I'm kind of looking around to see if there's someone you could ask about that.
Yeah, well, the one that I had was quite out of sorts. Honestly, I barely got the damn thing to work most days, but I'm looking forward to getting a new one. But also, yeah, that would be nice. But the Geth everywhere. I mean, armed as well. I take it that, like, what's up with that?
Right. Well, they're their own people. Well, beings. Well, machines.
I
They
mean,
make their own decisions now. They're Sorry. Were you gonna say something?
I was going to say that, I'm well aware what they are. I just didn't realize that they had stopped working for the Corians. She kind of says, like, questioningly and, like, very confused. Like, I don't, like, it's just really odd.
Well, they stopped working for the Corians a long time ago. I think what you mean is fighting with the Corians? Yeah, there was some peace. The Geth were, I don't really know exactly how it happened, but the Geth are, nice now. I was still in school when it happened.
Huh. All right, then. Well, clearly I have a lot to figure out. I appreciate you trying to answer my questions.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I can tell you're confused, and that's normal. You'll experience a lot while you're here, and you'll, I'm sure, come to peace with your new life soon.
Right. All right. Well, I suppose I'm going to try to figure out how to get the actually throw this thing away. She motions to the Omni tool she has, get a new one, and find out more. So, good luck with your handlers and all that.
Yeah, thanks. I think we might need you or a representative to come back to get the rest of your people, but for now, rest easy.
Sure, let me know.
And I'll walk off.
Where are you going?
Back to my handlers to get next set of instructions.
So, as you're walking off to your handlers to get the next set of instructions, you guys are kind of like over in this beautiful area, walking to the different locations you're about to go to. Like literally, you just say bye, and you turn to walk away. When all of a sudden, you see randomly a body just drop in the middle of nowhere, like right by where you are. A body was just kind of standing there having a conversation, and then just drops and flops dead. And looking at them for a second, you come to the realization that there is another dead person, but this time it's an Asari. I don't know if any of your characters would immediately rush over to see what the fuck was going on. Wade's character might.
It's unfortunate.
But all four of your characters happen to be there when this happens.
So it was someone who was just standing there that drops dead, or someone that falls from somewhere?
So you guys are down on the ground, right? Walking through like the beautiful grass area, the walkways, so on and so forth. When literally, like as you're there, he says goodbye, he turns and walks away, he takes like 3 steps, and all of a sudden, not but 5 meters or so away from where you are, which is what 2.5 squares, a person in the middle of conversation at Asari just kind of like literally just drops and falls dead.
Okay, then she would probably go over to them.
You would rush over to them?
Yeah.
Did we hear a gun?
You did not.
None of us heard guns?
Nope.
I mean, she's assuming that they just fainted or something, so she's just trying to check out like what their status is. So I don't know if I should do like a medicine roll or something.
I would.
Yep, I'll have you roll a medicine roll. Yeah, so the Krogan walks over as well to see what's happening. And so Rena, you can make a medicine check. Rena, you check them over, and it's an Asari, so you're familiar with them. And almost immediately you can tell she's dead. But you don't see any burn marks. You don't see anything. She just looks dead.
She would like check the surroundings, look around and see if anyone nearby. Was she standing talking to people? Like, are they alarmed or?
Yeah. The person that she was talking to literally just, which was a human woman, takes a step back and screams. And they're like, Tana, what what happened? And like looking around scared for a second, and then just looks like no idea what was going on. And then it just kind of clicks in her head, and she's like, it was, oh my God, it's the assassin, referencing to the thing that your character doesn't know what it is, but Messy's character would, but Messy just walked off. So Wade, your character's in this scene too.
Yeah, sorry, I would have been back sooner, but my driver for my food gave us more food than we ordered, and then they tripped and went face first into pavement on the way to their car.
Did you
Are
get
they
on
okay?
I went out to check, and like they just waved, got in their car, and left. But like I watched them just eat it, and they did. Like I couldn't get out there in time to do anything.
No.
Maybe they're
that's
embarrassed.
the worst.
That's
Yeah.
kind of funny.
But they also gave me like
Can you put it on TikTok?
twice the amount of. No, I didn't get it on camera. But they gave me like twice the amount of food that we ordered too, and I was very confused. I have no idea. I just threw it at Molly and was like, "You want food? I don't know what it is. Enjoy." And then I ran on down here. So it's a really weird combination of things. What I missed? What's happening in the scene?
Wade, simple explanation. They were on drugs.
Ooh.
Yes.
Your driver.
Oh, the driver for my food. I thought you meant in game. I'm trying to find out what's happening in game. It's the shit.
Who wants to recap it for him?
Scene? They were on
Who wants
drugs.
to recap it for him? Rena, you want to recap? You haven't recapped in forever.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. So my character, Messy's character, just basically said goodbye for now. And
to
as
your
we were
people.
walking away, like we were all kind of heading in our own directions to start, exploring and learning more and whatever. And right as he starts to walk away, someone in one of the other like groups that's nearby falls and drops dead. Another Asari. So of course she goes over thinking someone had just fainted because we didn't hear like a gunshot, we didn't hear like anything happen. She just falls and drops. So I did a medicine roll and she's dead. We have no idea why because there's no burn marks, there's no injuries, there's nothing. And the woman that she was talking to, a human, said, she starts freaking out and is like, oh my God, it's got to be the assassin. And I don't know what she's talking about. Pat's character also came over and is kind of like looking at the situation.
I'm lurking and just curious.
Were we
about what's
walking to
happening.
the Alliance place still, or were we
Yep.
actually? Was I inside? We're out walking.
Nope.
there?
We were.
You were still
into
walking
that,
there when
and
this
then
happened.
This
Yep.
body just fell out of the sky. Was it the
Okay.
sky or like? where
No,
we-
just like they were just standing there and then they dropped dead.
Oh, okay.
I imagine my character would immediately start looking around before he even checks the body, just to like get a perimeter and see what's going on. Just assuming there was something bad that happened, just out of like.
And my character is looking her over anyway, currently.
Yeah, I think just out of habit, if I see someone just drop, mine would kick in. Okay, figure out what's around, where the threat might be.
So
Oh.
just a question, because I obviously again don't know this universe very well. Me as a Krogan, do I find it strange to find someone as rare as Rena here?
No. Asari were the first race to find the original Citadel, and they were the first ones to set up the council and so on and so forth. The Asari are extremely common.
Okay, never mind.
Extremely common. Yep, just as common as anything else. They don't populate as rapidly as most of the other races, but they live very long time, so it counterbalances, as opposed to Krogan, who populate more rapidly than anything ever, and also live very long times.
If anything, Messy's character be the one that was the rarer species, but even Drell you do see, just not as often.
Yep, and here they're not uncommon, just to you they're uncommon. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But either way, so
Well, here in the capital, it's the capital, right? Where like everyone's kind of common here.
It's
'cause
like it's
Capital or
like kind of like the Citadel.
it's like a hub, right? Where just people have to be here for specific reasons. They're not just here to be here.
correct. This is like the center of, like, this is a massive industrial city. It's a center of commerce, so on and so forth. There used to be one of these. There's now two. So that's all.
Yeah, would it be
It's just
better if
this
Scott
one
lowered
leans
his
to human
volume
and
slightly?
quality. And
Apparently, you're a lot
you're
louder than the rest
very
of us.
loud.
I'm always louder than the rest of everybody. There, let's see if that helps. Again, I never, ever change my settings, but sometimes Wade complains about the this, and sometimes other people complain about that. My settings never change. So All right. So, where were we? Um.
I'm looking around.
Oh yeah.
Do I
So
need to
you're
roll
looking around.
perception or something?
Yeah. Roll me a
Investigation,
perception check. Unfortunately, you're going to be rolling me a perception with disadvantage, sir. Messi, is your character rolling perception as well? Pat, your character is doing what? Are you went
Took
over with
away my
Rena,
I'm-
right?
crit.
I'm looking around, but with the crowd.
I think you meant advantage, so I could have my 20.
No, disadvantage. Go ahead, Pat. You're looking around the crowd itself. Roll me perception check as well with disadvantage, Pat. And Rena, you already rolled your medicine, which confirmed that the person automatically died. I'm gonna have more information for you in a second. Messi, is your character doing anything noteworthy, or are you just picking your nose and walking away?
I'm gonna look for Geth that are fleeing.
Sure. Sure, specifically Geth that are fleeing. Do you want to do an insight on that one? Because you're looking for them not necessarily running away, but like walking away in a suspicious way.
If you'd like.
You can roll an insight, no disadvantage, it's normal.
Is the dude that
Okay.
fell just a regular human?
The dude that is sorry. So
so the
sexy
dude
sexy
that-
blue. Yeah.
I still don't know.
Same
what it
species
is.
as Rena.
Can I use luck?
Yeah.
We have luck?
You can, and yes.
Come on, 50-50 on a 20. Yeah, 21.
Cool. So anyways, yeah, you got a 21 total. Awesome. So to approach everybody's roles here. First and foremost, Pat, you notice nobody among the crowd doing anything suspicious. Like you don't see anybody moving strange, acting strange, having like a strange weapon out or anything like that. Aside from people coming towards you now that there's been an incident, which is not unusual to be loved by anyone. Wade, you're looking around specifically to see if you can find a sniper or something like that that's off at a distance. With your 12 total perception check, you unfortunately do not see anybody anywhere. You just simply don't. Messy, with your insight check of a 17, you unfortunately are not
21.
finding... Sorry, 21. Thank you for correcting me. You unfortunately with your 21 are not able to notice any Geth acting suspiciously in the least bit. As a matter of fact, some Geth might be walking away, same as other people would be. Others would stop and be investigating the scenario. Others might be even walking towards this. The Geth population, while is not tiny, is smaller planet side than it is up in the station anyways. But finally, Rena, glad that you're back ready of saying it. Rena, as more time passes, because initially you're just able to confirm that she was dead, you're able to step back and do like a quick scan with your Omni tool. Like you don't have a medicine kit, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. So just with a quick scan with the Omni tool, one of the things that you're able to determine is that while she did seemingly, well, she is dead, you don't find any scorch marks, you don't find anything whatsoever, so on and so forth, which leads you to believe like whatever it is that killed her is definitely something that would have happened to her effectively invisibly. A poison or maybe she was sick, whatever the case may be. But it's going to require a much deeper investigation. And obviously the fresher the body, the better for that sort of a scenario. So you'll probably want to get her pretty quickly to a medical facility to check this out.
Okay. So she might ask that. See, okay, and to the woman who was like screaming her head off, she says, "All right, calm down. We'll figure this out. Did she say anything to you? What were you talking about just now?"
We were supposed to be getting married in a few months' time. We were just talking about the flower arrangements that we're going to have there.
Okay. And do you know, was she ill? Did she have, some sickness, disease, something?
I mean, aside from wanting to be with somebody like me, no, she was perfect in every way.
All right. And she'll look around, and if the Krogan's right there, do you know where we can take her to a medical facility immediately?
me?
Yeah.
No, I've only just arrived.
Oh, okay. Frait, like she calls over to him.
You can see he's kind of scanning the crowd rapidly, and when you say his name the first time, his mind isn't like there, so he doesn't really respond. If you were to say it again, though, then he'd perk up and look over.
Yeah, she'd yell it and yell it probably a bit louder, like thinking you didn't hear her.
Huh? What?
A medical facility somewhere we can take her.
There would be one nearby at the Alliance military location.
At the military camp. We can take her there, but is she breathing?
She just shakes her head instead of saying it out loud.
He'll point in a direction.
All right, I could use some help, and she starts like positioning herself so she can like carry her like under her shoulders.
Anybody want to assist the scrawny Asari with lifting the dead Asari? I mean,
Yeah,
technically,
she's
she's an
very
object
she's
now.
Small.
I was gonna say I could just walk over.
I can assist if you need it.
Watching her struggle. Yep. Yes. That would be.
I probably wouldn't even like wait for you to say anything. I would just immediately just pick it up.
I mean, it's pretty
Very
easy for
helpful.
you to do. Yeah.
I was gonna say I can pick up I think 2 people with my body strength. So I don't even need to roll anything. I can do that as a trait. So like,
I think
have
around now,
double
Graff
carry
would definitely
capacity.
be walking over when he sees his companion picking up a dead body.
I would
or
be
what he
scanning
thinks
to
is
look
a dead
for.
body or unconscious body.
I would be
Yep.
looking the crowd for you, like looking behind me.
He was
Mhm.
standing around, and now he probably looks over and sees you like going to lift this like body that hit the ground, and he'll definitely come over. What's the situation?
Apparently taking this to some kind of hospital. Like,
Medical
question-
facility.
Right.
Military Alliance is nearby. We should go there. Shield. Is it a female Asari? Male Asari?
There's
She.
some Asari are always women.
Which he said. Yeah,
Are they?
they're always women.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I played. I guess I don't remember ever seeing a male Asari. Now that you mentioned it.
Yeah, they're always, if you look at it from a human perspective, sex female. But whether or not they have something like gender identity or expression, that's not a concept
Okay.
that's intrinsic to their society. But some do express differently now that they've been integrated with other binary societies. But
Gotcha.
either
Okay,
way,
well then he'll just say, "Are they alive?"
No, not.
You're gonna see me
don't
kind of
think
like
so.
shake them.
Don't look like it.
Okay, that's.
You'll just see me kind of
Make it-
like juggle.
Let's not be too aggressive as she's like glancing back to the other woman who was just I imagine is like now following us because she just watched her die in front of her, so I imagine she's not far behind us.
yep, walking with, yep.
Entry wound, poison, natural causes. Any ideas?
Honestly, no. Whatever it was isn't visible. It's not. It could be like some illness or, disease or something. But I don't know. And I didn't see anything. Did you?
Nope.
I didn't hear anything.
Nor did
Well,
I.
We'll be able to find out more then at the facility. I
You
imagine
said
it's
this
something.
way?
that's-
Like looking the graph.
Yeah. Follow
They'll
me.
be like starting to try to like part the crowd. I don't even think I need to do that. I would just walk. If people get in my way, they're just gonna get trampled. So people will move out of my way. I'll just start
Name's
heading.
Graff, by the way.
You are a big dude.
You say that as we're like walking out.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
leading
he's
the way. He's
introducing
like,
to-
name's Graff, by the way, and just keeps like walking.
Oh, Zenestthea.
Would you introduce me as I'm like,
No.
as I'm like, no, okay.
He wouldn't.
Oh, you're a patsy?
I mean, I'm already gone. I'm trying to
Well,
just. Get through the
I
crowd.
assume I'm leading the way, so you're all like right behind me. I'm guessing.
Oh no, I asked which way, and I just started walking that way.
But yeah, he was
Technically,
leading the way.
technically
Okay.
everybody's the same speed except for Messi, who's a little bit faster. So
Yeah.
So you guys are walking. Anybody else do introductions? Zenestthea, Graff. Do you say anything Frait, or do you say anything Strix, or no?
You would just hear him say Strix. Oh, wait, I guess that's
Cool.
not how I introduce myself as a Krogan. Do
If you're being
Krogans are
formal,
very
it's only if you're
Krog-
being formal. You're not with other Krogan. You don't have to be formal if you don't want to. It's up to you,
True.
Pat.
Karruk Strix is what I am called.
You can call me Frait. Who's Sorry? What's her name?
She just introduced herself as Zenestthea.
No, he means
This one. So,
didn't get a name. And she glances back at the woman who is she following us?
Yeah, I said she was.
Okay. You said you didn't. Did you just arrive here?
No, we were planning our wedding. She says, like, she's had
You're
this
from-
conversation with you.
Right, you're from here. Sorry. So what is your name?
My name, Liliana. But can we just get to the doctors?
Yeah, we're on our way. Don't worry.
Your fiance have any known medical issues?
No, I already said she's perfect. Everything's fine. She's not even old. She's only like 300 or something. Realizes how ridiculous it sounds as she says it, but Rena's sitting there like,
she nods. Yeah, she nods like, wow, okay, huh.
Graff doesn't ask any more questions. He's sympathetic, but he's also annoyed that she's like, I already said that. And he's like, not to fucking me, you didn't.
She'd probably try to like just distract her while they're like making their way over there. Asking her questions, about, I don't know, just her in general. Like, how long have you known each other, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So, answer some basic questions, if nothing's of pertinence. That you eventually arrive at the Alliance military area that happens to be here, and there are people come over, try to have joined up with you on your way over there, not like right as you arrive, but before you got there. Kind of like I heard there was a little bit of a commotion, something had happened. You guys explained the scenario. There's a little bit of back and forth, and they're able to produce for you kind of like an auto stretcher where they, because the people come over, they have some degree of medical training or what have you. Just like typical soldiers, they have like a stretcher, like little loops that they can have. Instead, they just have like little side pieces that they pull out and put together, and it makes this like grav lift or Mass Effect field lift where you can put the body on it. So Strix doesn't have to floppy carry the corpse around. She can get a little bit more dignity by being put on the stretcher and, glided over to the area. So they're going to be...
I saved everyone's ass and back from carrying this body all this way.
So you saved them time. It's very glorious time. So the body is taken and is going to be kind of taken from the group of you and brought over to the medical area. Now, how much investment do the four of you have in going to see the medical situation?
Honestly, my character... I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
My character definitely would be interested because she just got here. She's like, if this is about to be or is kind of a reoccurring thing, like she wants to know about it. You know what I mean? Not that she's skeptical because she's hopeful, but she also is like, well, clearly that's not good. And it was alarming to Frait and to everybody else here. And it's not like a normal thing for someone to just drop dead. So she wants to know. She wants answers.
I don't think Graff would care too much to stick around because he has no reason to suspect anything. He wasn't around for any of the serial killer talk or anything. So from him, it's like, oh, she wasn't shot or anything. Well, probably some natural cause or disease or something. So to him, it's like, what more involvement do we need? We already carried the body over here. Now it's time to find a job.
Strix wouldn't care either. I was just being kind and helping them here.
Cool. So you guys, Rena would go and follow with the body situation. One of the other people is going to be like, we have a couple questions since you witnessed the situation. If you want to come with us, and they're going to bring the three of you over to where Graff and Strix were already heading anyways, which is to like the Alliance military area. And they start asking you a couple of questions or whatever it is that's there. Kind of like hold you guys for a little bit while they're going through this whole process. Wade, I imagine while you're here too, you're like, hey, I had some other business I need to take care of. Like, yeah, don't worry, you're not in any trouble. We'll release you to go handle that soon. And Rena's like, motherfucker, I've already been waiting. Oh, no, Rena, you're not there. Never mind. You're doing what you want to do. You're not being detained. Sorry. So they detain you guys for a little bit. And go ahead, Dusty.
I was just going to say, if they do question me, I would give like perfectly accurate memories of what I saw, which probably isn't too helpful, but I imagine being a drill and being able to do that would clear me of a lot.
Be like, the air, it smelled sweet blowing from the east. I could see her tendrils flowing in the wind, her full lips, and the way that her skin seems to sink further up around her neck
And
into
then
the
she
bottom of her
died.
face. Because Asari have the ability to psychiatrically or whatever fuck with my brain, so I see them attractive, even though I'm a trail.
And then she died, and I didn't see who did it.
So anyways, you you are you guys go in there. We don't have to RP through this. We just did a whole bunch of that with the other campaign of RPing with cops asking questions. If you guys want, we could jump cut to the end of the hour and they finish questioning your characters, especially since you're not in any trouble. Does that sound good?
Does anything come up that would let us know
Yes.
that there's something weird
I'm
going
about
on?
I'm about
Okay,
to do that in a second. Yeah. And Rena, they do the autopsy and everything that's over there. So you're going to get a little bit of RP that then guides over back the other way. So the RP that they end up getting from you, initially, and they tell you that after you leave there, you're going to have to go and answer questions as well, blah, 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 blah. So, they come, the doctor ends up coming to you, and the doctor here actually happens to be a Quarian. And so the Quarian, comes over, and they've of course got their suits on and everything. They'll walk over and, stepping out of like the sanitation chamber and go to join with you and say, and it's the, fiance, and looks to the fiance and says, first and foremost, sorry for your loss. Kila Salai. I'm regretfully have to inform you that this is not the first time that we've seen a death happen under these circumstances. The first few, we cannot confirm, in fact, that this is what had happened because they were not investigated as thoroughly as this one. But with the recent events, we did have to confirm. Unfortunately, there is a killer on the loose that you may be aware of. And then she starts bawling and crying. And he nods. He says, I understand. It's unfortunate. We don't seem to understand the motive or why. But I can tell you that the Alliance and all of the compound's security, they are looking into the matters. I have a friend. I will ask them to personally investigate this if you would like. But in short, it is the same markings. And they put their hand on the shoulder and say like another little prayer in their tongue or what have you. And then they turn and they look at you and say, you have questions that you need to answer, but I'm sure you'd like to ask some. Walk with me. And they'll turn and they'll actually walk out of the medical area down like the hallway to go join up with every of the others and give you, Rena, a moment to ask questions.
Okay, yeah. So she'll follow and say, okay, markings. What? I mean, I could have sworn I didn't see anything, but what did you find?
Indeed, it's no markings, at least not externally. There's no wounds that will be presented. It was a sudden and very rapid blast of finite beam of radiation. It would have struck the correct area. It would have they would have focused on a like a central nervous area, her brain, her heart, somewhere in her spine. A very accurately delivered shot like that could kill the target without leaving any marks. They look they look distressed. Rena, what's your passive investigation? 14?
Investigation?
No. Insight.
Oh, it's 15.
Okay. Oh, 15. Cool. So you actually can see that they're distressed. Like there's something that they want to say, but they're biting their tongue on it. And they keep walking with you. You can always press the issue with like a persuasion check,
Yeah, I think she would. What do you mean? I mean, we didn't hear anything, so what kind of weapon even they have to use?
Go ahead and bloop a
Yeah, persuasion. Yeah.
Oh, sexy. He'll stop and turn to look at you and say, there are rumors that there is a malfunctioning geth that's on the loose. You can imagine this is causing a considerable amount of unrest among my people, as well as anybody else in the area. Going around and utilizing an older model of Geth weaponry. It utilizes exactly as stated, radiation. These are the kind of weapons that would have been used when the Geth sieged the Citadel some 17 years ago or whatever it was. Rena, your character actually would have been aware of that when, Sovereign attacked the Citadel. Anyways,
Okay.
it says weapons that would have been used back then. It seems as though some malfunctioning Geth has gotten their hands on this and has been killing targets. These targets seem at random too. There's no notable connection between them, at least anything that's been reported on the news, the broadcasts, and what have you. So nobody knows why or who.
And you're sure there's no pattern between the victims? It's just completely random in different parts of the Citadel?
No pattern that's has been reported as of yet. So if there is one, you're speaking to the wrong individual. I just have to confirm the cause of death.
All right.
If I were looking for a Geth utilizing a rifle like that, I mean, first of all, the range is not incredibly far from my time of serving. I do recall that those rifles are extremely accurate in less than 50 meters, but beyond that, they lose accuracy very rapidly, and they cannot be shot from further than 150 meters away, at least not normally. So if I were looking for a target, knowing that they were going to be in some range, I wouldn't be looking for my targets or for those that they're... I would not be looking for the sniper in those shorter to mid ranges. I would be looking along the rim of what these things are typically capable of.
All right then. It's quite concerning that something like that's going on. I only just got here myself, so. How long did you say this has been happening for?
This is unfortunately the 8th target that we believe. If there were more before, they fell under the radar. And even the first 3 were not fully investigated medically the way that I did this one.
Okay, well, I appreciate the answers. And the insight. Maybe I can find more out, but she just kind of shakes her head and trails off.
Yep. He says, if you have any other questions or any other way that I may be able to assist, please feel free to reach out. I'd be more than happy to provide whatever medical guidance that I can to come to this conclusion. It's unfortunate seeing so many people die for seemingly no reason. And I've been rude up until this point. My name is Zekvas. The last name doesn't matter. He's kind of like trailing off his own there because he's now planet side, and so saying like what ship he serves is kind of like awkward. So he's like Zekvas, and then he just lets it trail off.
Zeke Holloway, my ship
Well,
burned down.
Did his ship burn down? Did his ship burn down in a past life?
Very
Yeah.
possibly.
But it's Dr. Zeke, too, which is funny.
God's creativity. He finally
Definitely
learns
him.
Pat's name after the campaign ends.
It was fun, right?
So she would return it, with her name. But since he also gave his, last name, she'd say, Zenestthea Nova.
Well, no. He didn't give the last name. He actually let it trail off because their last name.
Oh, I
'cause
thought
the
he
way that
said it. Oh, okay.
No. He let it trail off because usually it's the first name Voss meaning of, and then they say the ship that they serve. But he trailed off because he doesn't serve on a ship. So there's not very many Dr. Zekes around. So he just leaves it
Like
at
Tali
that.
Voss Normandy.
Yes, correct. Yes. Her name's Tali Zora of the Normandy. Right.
Gotcha. All right. Then
I have a-
she would just say her name.
They also
I
have
have a quick
Vaughn,
question.
I think is meaning child of. I think Vaughn is the other one. But anyways, go ahead. Or
I have
Vaughn.
a slight question. I didn't want to interrupt RP, and
Yeah.
I kind of posed it to chat, but I think I have to pose it to you. Are Geth genuinely hated by the public? Like, how do like someone 15 years old see the Geth? Because I've heard from this whole thing and stuff like that, like, oh, there's a Geth running around, but like, how do I feel about this?
You don't give a fuck.
I was gonna say, I don't. I know that.
I'll explain.
Okay.
Yeah. So, in short, for those in chat that don't know either, some couple hundred years ago, the Quarian race on their homeworld of Ranok, they created a sapient AI race. They didn't like the fact that their slave race was like, I'm people now. And so they started like trying to shut them down and kill them. The sapient AI race fought back and actually won the war, keeping the planet for themselves, but never even lived on it. They really just kind of like kept it clean and healthy and like lived in space stations around the planet. That sapient AI race is called the Geth. The Geth kind of kept to themselves and didn't fuck with anybody pretty much ever, unless people fucked with the Geth, they fucked with back. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, some, couple dozen years ago, the Geth started becoming violent and attacking random outskirt locations on the fringe, and that kind of like got much, much, much more so in the past, say, 24 years ago or so from now. Later on, it was discovered the reason why that happened is because a Reaper woke up from sleep and started using the Geth and controlling them and rewriting their code to be their own servants. So it wasn't even the Geth's fault. They were actually being kind of rewritten to be this way. But people didn't know that, and the Geth, or it was believed to be the Geth, attacked the Citadel and killed hundreds, if not thousands of people. Actually, no, many thousands of people died because of the Geth. Oh no, all bad stuff. Everybody hates the Geth. Move on. Flash forward a bunch of years. Oh, it wasn't really the Geth. The Reapers are controlling them. And now they're our friends. And them and the Quarians get along. After a war with one another and a bunch of people dying, they decided to get along with one another and they share a planet. And now the Geth and Quarians are combined a Citadel. Their council races.
Was that the second Citadel?
This is the new one. Yeah. So the Citadel East, where you are now. There are 5 counselors. Each represents their race. There's just a weird one here. So you have the Asari there's a single Asari person that represents all the Asari in the council. There's a single Solarian that represents all Solarians. There's a single Taurian that represents all Taurians. A single human that represents all humans. But then, right now, there's a single Quarian that represents all Quarian and Geth. And I have all that information under lore. I believe you have the counselor's information under lore, under Citadel Council. Yep. You have all their names are there for you. So, like, for instance, the human is Dr. Farah Ikaria. The Asari is Matriarch Illyria Tesselara. The Quarian is Wensal Vosrea. What is it? Taurian is Arinthus Kryn, and the Solarian is Tila Kirahi, who is the daughter of Captain Kirahi, for those of you that are Mass Effect fans and played Mass Effect 1. If you didn't play Mass Effect 1, you're not a real Mass Effect fan. You just like to say that you are. Sorry. Calling out all the PCs here.
Didn't have it on PlayStation, and it was the superior console back in the day. I mean, still is.
So superior, they didn't have the best Mass Effect game
Version
ever made.
Exclusives existed, Scott. We couldn't help that. Most of them were PlayStation, but Xbox had theirs.
Could have bought an Xbox. Just saying. I mean, you couldn't play Halo on PlayStation, bro.
You think high school, college me could afford a second console?
I mean, fair. But anyways, so
there's no information under Tila on here.
Tila,
the other ones, if I click on, there's info, but if I click on that one, I don't see anything.
Oh, it's all under GM notes. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, cut and paste under description. And you should be good now if you close and reopen.
I see it. Cool. Thank you.
You are welcome. And I also made sure I put on there like who they're known to get along well with and what their motives are and so on and so forth. Like lots of information for you to work with, right? And it's actually kind of funny that when I was writing this, I kind of decided that everybody gets along with the Taurian. Like the Taurian counselor has no rivals. The others like all have like in bickering and fighting. Like the human and Quarian don't get along at all, even though they serve in the same compound. Everybody loves the Turian. It's great. So, either way, all right. Yes, I know it's because Garrus is the best. I'll be gay for Garrus. All right, moving on. So, Rena, any other questions you're going to ask, or are you joining the others?
I think she'd rejoin everybody else.
Okay, so you join everybody else. You have a little bit more information. The doctor walks up and says, best of luck. And again, if you need anything, let me know. And as they turn to walk away, somebody from behind the desk says, excuse me, Zeke, I believe you know, excuse me, Zeke, what is going on here? You've been holding her this entire time? I needed to be able to ask her questions. She was the first person to interact with the body when it dropped. And Zeke turns back and looks at the person behind the counter and says, okay, Cam. And then turns and walks away. Sorry.
At least we know that dude's loaded. He's living a good life.
Yeah. So yeah, moving on. They are sorry, Tarkus. Patreon voted against having a Volus counselor, so the economy is to shit. That's what Patreon wanted. All right, so you guys are all kind of like joined up together, and Rena, the person by the counter, says, "I'm going to be asking you questions shortly, so get your answers ready. But you can go over and join with the others to talk." Any RP you guys want to have before I jump over to the next part?
I guess
I
when
guess
she
if there-
comes back, Graff
Yeah,
would
go
look up. We good to go now?
Seems like they have more questions for us. Which makes sense.
Well, what
But
the
I
hell's
can,
going on? Why are they holding us over? Like, what do they know? What caused the death? Is this something they're suspecting us of? I thought it was going to be natural.
Yeah, well, apparently this is something that has happened 8 times now. Kind of giving a look to Frait, like, thought you said it was safe here in the back of her brain, but she won't say that.
I'll
She
friggin' say it.
continues.
I'll say it too. I'll say
8
it to
times
Graff.
people. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Pat.
I didn't know this place was this dangerous.
8 people have dropped dead. That doesn't sound. Is this murder? Or is this 8 people are sick?
They're assuming that it's the work of the assassin, and as her fiance said, apparently she was right.
The assassin. What assassin?
Can we just go back for a second? I don't mean to pry, but didn't I save you from like a mass attack? Wasn't there like a lot of dead bodies, and then there's one, and you're saying that this place isn't safe? Are you sure that's your stance?
Well, it's
And then Frait says, Simon, get out of here. I'm sorry about that. I did that for Scott.
Anyone tell me what the hell's going on here with 8 bodies and a serial killer? I'm here for work. What the hell have we got mixed up in?
Oh, we just all happen to be in the same place at the same time. It's the only reason that they want us to answer their questions. I'm the one who interacted with the body first, so they definitely wanted to talk to me, but then you guys came and helped, which I'm thankful for and very much appreciate, and I'm sure, she does as well. Kind of motioning off, talking about the fiance. But yeah, I mean, it's just a little concerning that there is a killer on the loose.
What's the method of murder?
Radiation.
They know anything else about this killer?
Apparently, it's there's no Geth in the room, right?
I mean, there's
Not that
probably
we can
like,
see.
yeah, I mean, I'm going to say you do not see any Geth, and I won't explain any further for you.
I mean, she has no reason not to tell them. They were talking about it anyway, so she would just say, maybe in a lower voice, just in case. Supposedly a malfunctioning Geth.
At this point, Graff takes off the human face and reveals the Geth underneath.
Damn it!
Yeah,
So does Strix.
I read that on my Omni tool this morning. There seems to be a string of murders. It's all over the news.
They hiring anybody to look into it? Or is this something we're gonna do for the? Fuck. All right, I guess. They have any
we
other
look
leads?
into it. Would there be a monetary value?
I
Yeah,
don't
listen,
know,
I'm
man.
not saying that we have to continue. I just wanted some answers for my own peace of mind. That's certainly not the answers I was expecting.
It's something we should help with if we can.
Strix is gonna lean in close to Graff. A little bit too close.
Is this how you plan on getting the 10 grand for the ship?
He'll just like he'll give him a look and sigh like, I would love just to go get a job, but something in me is making me do it. We're stuck here anyway. I can ask about jobs and we can consider this a little part B to our task. People are
You
getting
say
killed
so.
here. We should do something about it.
I won't let that happen to you, little buddy. He'll like slap you on the back.
Well, you're probably strong
Yeah,
enough to
me
knock him like
slapping you is
forward.
kind of like I'm like giving you whiplash.
Thanks. He'll say further away than he was a moment before you slapped him on the back.
The flaw of mine, I don't really respect personal space.
Oh, that's awesome! Oh my god, a Krogan face talker? Oh my god. I don't know if you guys watch Seinfeld, but anyways. Moving on.
I don't watch
Um,
old men TV shows, Scott.
I imagine I've
I am
run
an
into
old man.
Drell, but I probably haven't seen a lot of them. Would I have assumptions as to like Messi's character at all? Like, would I assume he's an assassin? Would I assume anything
Yeah.
particular about him?
So I forgot to describe myself at the end of the last session because I was still wearing the suit. So I can give you.
Yo, actually, why don't we have you guys all describe? We'll start with Messi here, but
While
you
we're all
guys never
standing
gave
in
it to
this
each other.
hospital's Lobby.
Yeah, yeah, and then I can bring my next moment of DM expose.
All right,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
start.
I
'cause
go
mine's
first, 'cause-
easy. Me,
All right, you
but
go.
dead inside.
No, well,
Done.
Messi first.
I'm done
Messi.
already.
Listen,
Well,
we
he-
saw
well, he
your
already
pencil
went, it's
brow.
okay.
We saw
We
your.
li- we know you.
Do you have
like
that picture with
speed
you?
run. You have to calm down, okay?
What picture?
Your dice came with. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Yes!
My character canonically does not have a unibrow, but
Wait, was that on the
No,
floor?
no, 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 no.
Wait.
Wade does, so it's
Hold on, I
okay.
need to get
Do
my
I?
Krogan.
The artist,
I think mine are
that
downstairs.
drew that hit me up on Twitter and was like, "Oh, it melted my heart that I saw the little pictures on the tweets that we did." She's a sweetheart. So
That's funny.
either way,
You guys got such good drawings. I felt like not that mine was bad,
Yours
but
is
mine
cute.
didn't.
What?
Mine did not
It-
look like.
it doesn't look like a
That's all
drow,
I'm gonna say.
like all of them look good. Yours just didn't look like a drow. So,
I thought we just got character. I literally didn't even realize it was like my character. I thought it was like I was like, oh, we all got monsters.
oh, did I put that in here?
the artist was so happy to see us
Sponsor?
put the pictures. Messy. Mine sucked.
I'm not saying it sucked. I thought it was
How do
a
you spell
golem.
that?
That's all. It's
I
hard
know,
to draw.
I'm putting
drill,
words
I
in your
think,
mouth
in
'cause it
like
makes me
sketch
laugh.
lines.
No. Oh, I gotta make sure I can put the I gotta put the sponsor link in there. I forgot the people that gave us those dice, which is dice Die Hard game, Die Hard
yeah.
dice, Die Hard dice. They actually we have a Lost in It is like a code you can use for 10% off over there, and I keep
You
forgetting to
didn't
say
set it up
something.
or mention
You
it a single
forgot
time.
about that?
Well, I like tweeted about it, and then I mentioned it at one point. I think during one of the other streams. I totally
We got
forgot.
some
So
big old chunky D20s and stuff.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
some
mine are
sexy
downstairs. I
dice
don't
in
wanna
there.
go
I
get
won't
it.
I had to
lie.
go find it. It was still in our luggage.
I'll go get it.
You guys like my Krogan?
Yeah, it was so fun.
Your
I
crow
love it.
looks so good. Okay.
But-
So
So
this-
describe your character. Yeah.
yeah, to
Hey,
describe myself-
Malu!
Hello, Molly. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Gym Squad.
Hello, Molly.
Molly, Wade said that he threw food at you. Is that true? Did your husband throw food at you?
Do you live in
Stolen
a pit,
food?
and does he lower food?
I
in a
did, and she didn't even
bucket
ask
with
for
a
it.
rope tied to it?
He said that he
Do you put
then
the lotion
deleted-
on your skin?
Does he buy you lotion? Cheeseburger?
cheese-
What kind? Wait, what kind of burgers did you get?
Burger.
I don't know. I didn't order them.
You didn't order them.
Did he tell you
Nice.
about the
I was like,
person
Molly,
that
here's a
landed on their
mystery
face?
liquid and here's some mystery food. Do you want it? And she's like, yeah, sure. So I just gave him to
What,
her and left.
what was it, Molly? What was the liquid? What was that is more concerning than the food.
It tastes like antifreeze.
Sprite, maybe.
Sprite. Oh,
She was
Sprite.
like, it's fruitier than Sprite, but it was. She's like, is it Dr. Pepper? I was like, well, it's clear, so we have no idea what the hell it was.
Okay.
It was
Flavored
clear, fruity
Sprite.
Dr. Peppery Sprite.
Could have been Sprite cranberry.
Oh, actually, Molly being here reminds me, chat. With a simple yay or nay, asparagus pea.
Why would you?
With a
what?
simple yay or nay.
Do you
dead
like it?
mollusk?
Thanks
or
for
not?
reminding him about that, Molly. Very.
With a simple yay or nay. Do you need a mollusk extracted from your shell?
Oh god, not again, man.
Okay. Two.
Is it
Is it
carbonated?
carbonate? The mollusk? Maybe.
The mollusk or the asparagus pea? Carbonated asparagus pea? That'd be intense.
I feel like
All
that hurt.
right, like bubble, like that's really bubbling up the aroma. All right, Messi, go ahead.
Bubbling up my urethra, more like. So
Describe.
here's a Drell. If you guys don't know what a Drell looks like, look it up on Google Images or think of Thane. Just close your eyes and picture
That's the
whatever
description. Google.
that is. He's that.
Imagine,
but he's
imagine
got-
lips, but you have those injections to make them much, much bigger and more glossy, right? And then
You look
imagine
like the guy
eyes
from
the
that
size
fish
of a
Wait,
fist.
so basically just
all
imagine
black.
second form cell.
Yes.
I haven't even started. Okay. So he's a Drell. He's got very like pastel, almost like a mint green skin tone or scale color, with more like highlighted details of like finer
Shape
or
of water looking motherfucker.
like is Shape of Water minty? I don't remember it being minty.
He's more blue.
he's got,
that's how I'm picturing you.
And then between like this like these stripes of scales that he has on his head is this like bright pink, like an underlayer, like his actual flesh tone. It's hard to describe. You haven't seen one before, but that's what he looks like. And then his eyes are kind of like a darker teal. So his eyes are a lot darker than the rest of his skin tone would be. And then mixed in the pink and minty colored scales of flesh he has. He also has a piercing on like the right side of his head. They don't really have ears like you or I would. They have kind of like a scale fold, but he has a piercing through it, and on the end of it is a small crest of a Drell god that probably none of you know.
Are you a Yoshi?
No,
Can I ride you?
I'm bipedal.
Okay.
That doesn't. Hold on. Wait a second. We just did a whole campaign, multiple campaigns, where races of orcs rode bipedal birds.
I'm not a bird.
You could
I
Just
stand
saying,
like
You
you.
can do
Yes.
anything you want.
I stand like Scott, but a
mind
lot
to it.
taller.
Messi, you can do it. Put your back into it. You can
I'm
do it.
sad
Put your
Scott
ass
doesn't wear
into
my
it.
short king shirt. that I
Yoshi is
got him.
bipedal. That's true.
Yeah, but he's got a tail,
Are
and
you
I don't have a
wearing-
tail.
What is
I
happening?
forgot. I put it on for you, Pat.
Oh my god.
I put it on for you, Patrick.
That's
Oh, you're
perfect.
right. I totally.
Hey, stand up. Stand up.
Fact of the matter is that's an extra small.
I
That's
like
not
that.
true. That's not true. That was. in
Where'd
the
you get that
kids
picture of
section.
Markiplier?
From the distractable merch store.
Anyways, so everybody interrupted your description of your characters so we totally know what he sounds like. Pat, you want to go ahead and re-describe yours?
Yeah, I can. So Strix is a very tall, 7'2" Krogan, weighing over 400 pounds. He's seen with a dark black, almost purple shaded shell, with hues of undertones of like purple, light purple skin. There's a lot of scratches and dents in his shell from all the fun times on the junkyard and other battles he's gotten into, little scuffles. His eyes are a deep scarlet red. His armor is
Beautiful.
nothing fantastic or shiny or anything like that. You could see that it's all just random pieces of crap that he found working at the junkyard.
Wade, you want to give yours? We're waiting for Rena to.
I literally did. Me, but dead inside. That was pretty much it.
You don't want to give a slightly. You don't want to give a slightly. You don't want to give like a slightly better
Human,
one.
bald, beard, Caucasian, 45 years old, but 45 in this universe is like 30, 35 in ours.
So he looks younger than you do in real life.
Probably somewhat scarred up from combat. Fuck you, Scott. He looks about 50 years younger than you do in real life. Bitch.
Psh. I'm sexy and I know it.
Yeah, I'm some light scarring. I mean, nothing crazy. Doesn't have like a really drastic scar that goes down his face or anything. But like, you know, on closer inspection, you look at his arms, hands. Like it's obvious he's seen combat. Probably, I don't know. Looks like a laborer as far as like calluses and things like that.
Okay.
Oh, good. Rena's back.
She is.
Now she can describe her character and I can quit telling you what I look like.
Oh. Well, I have my
Oh,
little
God.
drawing. Which I think is so cute.
It is. I love the wink.
And Messy has too.
It literally looks like that's taken from like a precursor to like an animation, like a cartoon or something.
He's cute. I think he's cute.
Yours looks so
And
good. It's like a 50s pinup like style.
I know. Yes, I know. I love it. I love it.
And mine looks
Such
like a
cool
stone
vibe.
golem.
He's cute.
No, don't be that kind of. You look cute.
You look like somebody that a mother could love.
Yeah, what he said.
Maybe.
If she tries. Rena, keep going. Describe your character.
Anyway, okay. So she is an Asari, which we were describing, but most Asari are blue. She's actually more of a deeper, like purple color. And under some light, kind of it like her skin like shimmers this like pinkish color as well. She has these 3 lines like on the middle of her forehead that are all white, and a bunch of like freckles that look like freckles but kind of look like stars, and all of that glows. It's like tattoos, but it all glows under, you know, like no light or dim light. She has really deep emerald green eyes, and she's actually on the shorter side, so she's 5'4".
That's short.
So she's small. Yeah. She's pretty small. I'm pretty sure
that
that's
like
what we
average?
decided. Is that
Is
what
that
I
average
told
height
you?
for a girl? Is it 5'4" average height for a girl? Yeah.
5'4" is short.
Short for you, but you're also tall.
I mean, I'm on the taller side, yeah, I guess. Or she's 5'5", so she's not, I guess she's not that short. Couldn't remember what I said to you. And then she just has simple like light armor on. It's pretty worn though. It looks like to be in really rough shape. Like it's the same go-to armor that she wears like literally every single day. Just because she hasn't had a chance to get anything new because she's new here. But yeah, that's what she looks like.
Cool. And anything else? Nope. Good. Cool. So you guys have these the descriptions of yourselves, so on and so forth. It went pretty quickly, except for when Messi was talking. Everybody else decided it was their turn to talk. And eventually somebody comes out and looks at the group of you and says, comes out, looks at the group of you, is a human officer, very obviously a commander. Wade, looks at you and says, Graff.
Would he'd be higher rank than me?
Yeah, he's commander, right? You held what rank before?
Let me look.
Weren't you like just a serviceman?
No, it was flight lieutenant O-3.
Yeah, so if you were a flight lieutenant, you'd just be like, yeah, you would be.
I was like 2 ranks below Shepard, I think you said.
Shepard was 2 ranks below. This is actually the same rank as Shepard. Yep.
Okay.
So, yep, comes over and says, Graff.
Sir?
A word? You want a private or?
Whatever you prefer, sir.
I don't give a shit either way. Listen, it says here that you were discharged honorably. You served your time. You did what you needed to do, and you got out some years ago. That right?
Yes, sir.
Also, looks to be here that you have yourself a ship that's being on the border of impounded because of you lacking some credits. Sound about right?
Sounds about right, sir.
And tell around the place says you stumbled across a corpse that points back at a couple of problems that I've been dealing with for the past. You see where I'm going with this?
Not fully, sir.
What do you say you do one more job, and we'll see if we can
I do see,
wave
sir.
by some paperwork.
Yeah, if I may be candid,
Nods.
I was gonna help y'all look into it. It seems like a pretty bad problem. People are dying and whatnot. So, yeah, I'll help you look into it, and I would very much appreciate help with the ship. In fact, I was coming here to look for some work anyway, so works out pretty well.
Well, I see you have here an Asari, a Drell, and a Karrogan. I'm sure
All,
that
Companions of circumstance, sir. Don't really know any of them that well, but all jumped in to help, and the Krogan and I just traveled here from all out from the last job I was on.
he looks at the group of you and says, "Oh, wait a second, hold up. You're here. It looks like Zenestthea, Zenestthea."
Zenestthea?
Yeah, looks like you and I want to see this one's Frait. It seems as though the two of you just got a nice big fat favor done for you recently, actually. Well, you know how things go. One back is scratched, the other one's so I'm going to enlist the two of you to help out as well.
Do you think the Hanar would approve of that?
I think the Hanar are going to be happy that we push through the paperwork as quickly as they requested. That way reports can go back saying that things went smoothly. I'm pretty sure they're about to be bringing, 10 times the number of people they already did?
5.
Numbers. Oh, by the way, 1 second. I just got to say hi to Addie real quick. Hey, Addie. How the hell you doing?
Scott saying hi. In a weird voice.
Somehow I didn't even see on camera. I
Hi.
was looking in chat, but hi.
He made me spaghetti.
Yay!
Aw.
Did you put the mollusk in there?
There's no mollusk in here. But
He
there's
looks like
basil
Frait.
from our garden.
There's no mollusk.
No way. That's so exciting.
We can add some. I'm sure there's pieces in here still.
Oh, God.
Oh, awesome.
I'm looking at you.
It's in the air over the garbage disposal.
Oh, that house is still fuming.
Have you
I
Um,
can hear it screaming
Swap
in
some
the
in.
sink tonight.
He looks at the Krogan, and he says to you quick, you got papers?
Would I have papers? I imagine I would have some kind of documentation of me, right?
Yeah. Your clan actually follows rules.
Okay. Yeah, I'd produce them. I would
Ah,
probably
shit.
stand uncomfortably close to him.
God.
Per my lovely flaw.
Yes.
He would look to Graff,
Sir?
and just like hand them to him. Like this.
Yeah.
I imagine he's like comes down to here, like top of his head. So,
Yeah, the guy's probably like 5'8". He's like a short dude, like messy.
yeah, yes.
And
sir.
and you're sitting like 7 foot something next to him. Just kind of like, takes him, looks
I
over,
don't
he
know
goes,
the formalities for this for Strix, so he's just gonna act like Graff
if
is
you
acting.
if you say that, if you say sir and look at him, I'm military, so yes, you have designations, right? Military ranks.
Yes, but I haven't gone across the rite of passage yet.
Right. Well, sir to me
when you say that, he goes, "Oh, you're still a kid." He hands you back your paperwork. Well, there's strict rules. I can't pay a child to do a job like this. So it seems as though you're all going to be circumstance. Get the job done for me. And it'd be beneficial to everybody.
The fact that he's standing right in his face and he's like, I can't pay a child. Graff's just
As
gonna
I
stay
tower
silent.
over
He's
this
like, man,
man.
it'll take some balls to tell a Krogan that's 1 inch from your face you're not gonna pay him.
We'll see what Graff says.
That I was gonna say if he says that he won't pay me, I'm just gonna lean down.
What do you mean there's no payment?
Roll an intimidation check. Normal, of course.
Just normal, okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna say in a very deep, low voice.
It's a good roll.
What do you mean there's no payment?
I mean that
Still holding
there's
my
not.
papers, like for him to take.
Well, he already took up a game about yeah.
Oh, okay.
But,
yeah.
But he goes, I mean, there's not much to allocate your way. 2,500 credits.
He's just gonna like lean down just a little bit more.
Don't know if that's enough.
He goes, well, you're traveling with the best. I'm sure you'll be fine. And then turns and walks away.
I'm gonna look to Graff and kind of give a shrug.
To Graff, that's like the most horrifying thing you could do to his superior, so he's just gonna nod. That's all he's like. He doesn't have anything to say, he just nods.
Awesome. So after
breath, I guess real quick, under his breath though, he'll probably like mutter like, remind me not to piss you off. I don't know if you have to roll to hear that or not. He says it to himself, but probably like you could hear if you let's say you roll higher than a 10 perception, you probably hear him.
Perception.
My passive is 15, so
I guess your
I probably
passive, if
heard
your
that.
passive is higher than a 10, you'd probably hear him.
I think all of our passives are, unless you have a negative modifier.
I mean, we're right next to
perception.
each other, so it's not like I could say it that quietly, but he definitely mutters it under his breath, like with the intent of like not having anyone hear it, but you probably do.
Well, yeah, probably.
What'd you say? Remind me not to piss you off.
Yeah.
I can keep a mental note of it.
He'll look up like shocked that you heard him and realize he said it louder than he meant to.
Almost like slowly trying to approach you.
He'll nod and just like look back down. We should be off. I was gonna ask if he had any information to help us get started. Clearly trying to change the subject. But seems
I had an idea.
Yeah.
If we can find maybe a camera that was overlooking the scene, I might be able to get into it, and we can review footage of the incident, see if we can find someone with a rifle.
Well, and we know the range that they're able to shoot from, or at least it was mentioned to me. Now, I know she would know, but I don't remember what was the range that he told me, because I'm pretty sure he said like a specific number.
Yeah, be less than, in theory, it should be under 150 meters.
Okay. So somewhere, so at max 150 meters, is where the Geth could shoot from feasibly, right?
We know this is a gun that did this and not like a tablet or something else.
It's,
I don't think Graff knows about the marking. You guys know about the marking. I don't think he does.
Based on what the doctor told me anyway, it seems like it's some sort of gun, radiation gun.
Right. Yeah, we can go out and take a look, I guess. I might have some people here that will talk to me, so let me ask some intel on the way out then. I guess we'll go start looking.
If you'd like,
It
I can
looks-
help people talk to you.
Not in
I looked
here.
I can help people talk to you.
Okay, it'll say it like that.
I looked through the crowds when the person dropped, and I didn't see any Geth out of place. So, if it is a Geth, they're very good at disguising their intentions. Just
I
keep
didn't
that
see
in
anything
mind.
looking around either, but now for radiation to work like this, is it something that would happen instantaneously, or is it something that would happen over time? Could this have happened minutes before, seconds before?
And the way that he described it to me, it sounded like it was just enough of a burst, a large burst or a large amount of radiation that killed her instantly upon impact.
Gotcha. All right. He's gonna like look into a random office for someone that's probably either the same rank or lower rank than him, Scott.
Yep.
Pardon me a moment. Commander, does he know the commander's name?
Commander Kent. Sorry, we didn't get to say it earlier, but
Kent,
Commander
like
Kent.
Clark Kent.
Correct. Yeah, nice and simple.
Pardon me a moment. Commander Kent has us looking into this assassination, suspected Geth thing. Is there any information on that before we go out and about? That would help.
Information on it. Hell, I wish that was true. Unfortunately, no. There is nothing that we've been able to acquire that hasn't already been reported. Well, there's one minor detail that hasn't gone out over the the news reports yet. You know what? Never mind. No, everything that's supposed to be out there, it's out there.
Look, I've been on planet for all of an hour, so honestly, anything you got's better than nothing.
Persuasion check.
I'm with you for this, right?
Do I get an advantage because we're all military here?
Okay.
You know what? I will allow you. No, actually, fuck it. I'll let you have advantage. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yay.
Go ahead.
Yay. Ooh, I'll take my 18.
Cool. So, 18, they think for a moment, they go, the problem is this is not official. This is kind of a fringe theory, and I just don't want to get in trouble with the higher ups for, spreading conspiracy.
I get you, but this isn't official either. We're just trying to get a lead to get started.
They nod and say, so the people that died, the ones that are, have been collected, it's theorized that every single solitary one of those people have acted in some way as being apologists. They like the Geth. They're actually people that went out of their way, either some, 16 years ago, to work towards a peace when they went for their world. The Asari that just died earlier today. I mean, she had a gala celebrating a Geth hero not too long ago. I don't know if you know their name. Have you ever heard of Legion?
Is that a history check?
It is. Yep. Anybody else? No, Rena, you can't roll, and Pat would have to roll with disadvantage.
I'm not gonna roll.
Okay. So I would say that Wade gets it, and Messi does not, because Wade's human, so you would know more. They would say
18. I had the 13.
I'm aware, but you're human. So you know that Legion was the name of a Geth that actually served with Commander Shepard when Commander Shepard was, fighting against the Reapers and whatnot beforehand. So you would have heard that.
He'll go, yeah, I heard of him. He was the one with Shepard.
Nods. Yeah, well, Legion's still out and about, unlike the Commander. Legion is still, keeping areas clean, quadrants clean, and recently led an operation, a joint operation of, Quarian and Geth, with a few others kind of joining in as well, and pushed back a Reaper attempt in the area, and Legion was able to stop this from happening. So
Cat's throwing a fit.
Yeah, because chat thinks that Legion killed himself to give all individual program Geth full sapience, but that didn't happen because that makes Geth boring. That makes every Geth become just like any other AI in all sci-fi in the history of sci-fi, as opposed to being the unique creature that they are that Mass Effect created. Yeah. But,
All right, so we're looking for Geth that hates people that like Geth. Great.
Apparently. It's if you're going with this fringe theory. But,
Any
I
more
mean,
big
she
Geth
did
celebrations
recently...
happening on World soon?
Oh, that's a really good question. Hold on. Give me a second. And they go...
Seems like kind of a basic research thing.
Well, no, not
He'll
really.
look over and just like nod at you.
After a few minutes, they look up and they say, well, yeah, apparently there is. There's supposed to be a celebration literally tomorrow taking place. That is, it's, well, the superstructure, fuck, what did I call it? The orbital, the orbital compound. Well, that was designed by the Geth, and there's some big announcements being made later on today of like its greater purpose. Sorry, later on tomorrow, but its greater purpose. So what that is, I don't fully understand. But that compound up there is supposed to serve as both orbital defense and some other stuff. The Geth worked on that for the past years, and the integrated technologies that they both had been working on for decades prior, and stuff that they were able to take off of the Reapers, in the past, 20 years or so. So that event will have people.
I'd recommend putting a security detail on whoever's hosting it, and if I could have a name so we can look into it, that'd be helpful too.
Well, there'll already be a security detail, that's for certain. But yeah, I can probably hold on. I could actually get you all passes to go visit it. It is sponsored by the Alliance because of some joint ventures, so I can get you in there. Strangely, they're press passes. So press passes only technically allowed you to have sidearms on you. So if you're bringing anything beyond that, you're going to have to get additional approval. I can't do anything beyond this.
Who would we go to for that, Commander?
Nods. You can ask the commander, but they're going to be curious why you're investigating that scenario. You say, kind of like letting that sit there.
Well, is there someone else that can authorize it that wouldn't?
Thanks for a moment. Well, there's the host of the event.
All right, what's their name?
Okay. They toss you a name for somebody that you can go talk to.
We'll go there first to try to save you the sweat.
It is a Quarian, by the way.
I appreciate your time.
Payment.
What was that, sir?
Nothing.
Okay.
Turn to the group. You guys all good with investigating this? I just kind of assumed we were all sticking with it, but I guess you guys don't have to. I don't even know y'all, to be honest.
Well, the commander did request that each of us assist, and honestly, I'd like to know. Try to get to the bottom of it.
It's appreciated.
So,
But
I'm
when
with you.
Alliance officers give commands to people that aren't part of the military or even are part, doesn't always mean they follow orders or follow through. So
I'm here until I pay off my debt for you.
As long as it gets
I
the
don't know why I became
papers
Southern.
passed.
Help me.
I don't even know where the south is. South of the Milky Way? That's all gone. Yeehaw.
I'm assuming none of that conversation actually happened, so I'm not going to respond to want to turn Southern.
Yeah. My conversation to you, I'm here until I pay off my debt to you.
And I'll work as long as it gets the papers passed that we need.
All right. Well, I know how to talk military. I don't know how to talk party host, but I guess we can go see what we can find out. You mentioned looking for cameras.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look through those. And talking to the leader of that gala would be fine for me as well. It would be nice to see if we could maybe get them to allow us to bring our weapons in, like you mentioned, and then also perhaps some more incentive.
y'all want to argue for more money, I won't stop you. I could definitely use the credits, but I ain't gonna push for it. Is it credits in the system?
Yeah, credits.
Good.
think
I
it's
said credits out of like
units.
habit.
Yeah,
It's
Is it
units.
no, it's credits.
Yes, it is credits. You're good.
Perfect. He'll like lead you all outside to where kind of like I guess we found the Asari earlier, and he'll kind of start looking around for cameras. I guess unless you guys want to RP anything along the way.
No, probably not there. Once they get there though, should start looking around.
I guess one thing that would cross Graff's mind is you guys having to get paperwork done. Would that come off as strange and Asari having to get like paperwork like that done at a plant like
They
this?
did mention the Hanar and the fact that there was like some deal
Yeah.
being made about people being lifted off world, so some extra
Yeah.
shit was going off. So yeah,
Okay.
a little weird.
So I guess he would, I think after a few steps, he would kind of bring that up.
While you guys are chatting, I'm gonna refill my water. Okay.
Okay, bye, Uncle.
So it seems like you all are coming from an interesting situation, lifting people off a world.
Yes. The Hanar have granted Zenestthea?
Zenestthea.
Right. The Hanar have granted Zenestthea and her people salvation from her planet that they were stranded upon, with the Volus making a deal to take over the planet once they've all been extracted. Just
How long were you
Politics.
stranded on a world?
I was there for about 15 years.
Jesus, no ships or anything to get off world with? Or did you just stay there intentionally?
There wasn't anything left when I crashed. There, what there was a lot of ruin and pieces and parts, and unfortunately nobody to fly anything, even if we had access to something.
Shit, did
You
you
know,
even know
she-
the war was over?
She didn't even know what Reapers were till yesterday. Or last week, I mean.
Wow. You know, if I could go back to not knowing, I think I would too.
I think it makes things more difficult, he says, looking to Zenestthea for confirmation.
Well, haven't really decided that yet. I'm at the moment just trying to look out for my people. I'm hoping to bring them somewhere that's much safer than the planet that I was on anyway. Everything else, well, it's going to be an adjustment. More so for some than others.
Well, welcome to the post-war galaxy. He goes to like say something, but then just like trails off, and you can tell he's like thinking about something, but doesn't say anything.
After a few seconds of silence, Frait would just interrupt your moment alone and say, you know, one of our followers, didn't even mention that he was excited to poop in a toilet that flushed. We're doing good work.
I mean,
He's
they are,
eccentric.
it is a convenience you shouldn't take for granted. He says very matter-of-factly.
No, she nods, knowing full well like what he meant. Just didn't, wasn't going to say it. Strix, was it?
Yes.
You said you had a debt or something. Is that why you're here with Graff?
May or may not have borrowed pieces of his ship that I didn't know was his ship at the time. He claims it's his ship. He complained 2 whole days on the way here. How I sold his beacon. Almost kind of
Alright.
like mocking you.
Ship was given to me as part of a job. Solarium we were traveling with decided to double cross and leave us behind. Shit went sideways. He took off. After we finished up our job, I went after him and tracked him down. was gonna beat the shit out of him, but then well, as it usually does, shit went more sour than it was even supposed to, and this big guy was beating the fuck out of Solarian before I could even get to him, so got my shit back, and probably not going back there for a while.
I
But,
will
yeah.
have a hard time remembering your name. Is it okay if I just called you Zenny?
Sure, that's fine.
He goes in to like slap your back, but like realizes he'll probably just break you in half. So he'll kind of like very lightly just tap you on the back.
She just smiles and nods.
And what's your story? He'll say, looking to you, Messi.
I am very curious about the Green Man.
Oh, that would be me, I guess. Well, I
Otto says
grew
so.
up
A
on
different galaxy.
in our home world, like the rest of my kind, and I went to school for assassinations, and then I ended up moving over to system operations when it was clear I was not the most physically fit in my group. And well, now I'm here working odd jobs, hoping to return to my studies soon.
You do lack the muscle.
Almost disagree.
Well, it's not so much about the muscle as it is about the speed. I'm just not as fast as some of my brethren.
Speed or
And my
not,
sisters.
you need pure strength.
If you were studying this stuff, you might be the expert in the field we need to track this
I was thinking the
alleged
same
Geth
thing.
down. So where would you have done it from?
Well, I'm not Geth. I would have had to been a lot closer.
I noticed.
Probably hidden somewhere nearby. It's hard to hide a rifle of that size. It sticks out a little bit.
Scott, what do we know about Geth? Our characters, I mean.
They're let's see, Geth is just a simple program that is capable of doing it's like a very complex program that probably fits across several terabytes of data, right? That's like a single Geth. When you see a Geth platform, so that's like one like unit walking around with a gun, that's probably somewhere between 80 to 200 or so Geth programs working in unison to function, to make that one Geth walk around with the gun or whatnot. There are like super Geth, if you will, which is what Legion was the first one of his kinds to be that way. There are others now, though, which is an individual platform that has like well over 1,000 Geth on it functioning, giving it the personality and whatnot that you interact with. What makes these platforms unique is that they can change their scenario. Like, let's say, for instance, they are a Geth that is really good at sniper rifles, but not very good with handguns. They can literally, like, walk up to their mainframe where their other Geth are sitting inside of, like, a storage. They can switch out 35 of their Geth and grab 35 more, and now they're really good with handguns. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I just mean, I'm pretty sure, I'm looking back. My character, I believe, had to fight them at one point. I wrote all this pre-trip, though, so I'm trying to remember. So I didn't know if he would know any of the, like some of the tactics they might use or anything to have like anything to contribute to them. Talking to Frait about it.
As if you're referring to tactics, so one of the things about Geth is that because they communicate with one another via either orbital platform.
He did fight Geth. Okay.
So because they communicate to each other via like orbital platforms or like relays, so like signal relays. What they try to do is they all try to stay in a tight area to where those signals are boosted, and if those are shut down, they physically have to be very close to one another. Why? Because an individual Geth is not that smart. More or less, imagine those platforms I was describing to you beforehand. Let's say mechanically they have like a 7 intelligence, right? They're not that smart. But if you put, like, say, 15 of them in a tight area where they can communicate via, like, beam or whatever it is, like speed of light, they actually make each other smarter. So now all the Geth can have a shared intelligence with each individual unit having something like, say, a 15 intelligence, wisdom, so on and so forth. So they tend to travel in tight groups that are not too far apart from one another, because you want the two furthest people to not have too long of a ping when transferring information back and forth.
So if this
So
is
that's
a
like
lone
huge tactic
geth
thing. That means it's going to be like a super geth, if you will. Yeah.
Okay.
Or a simple one with like a serious bug in it.
Okay, and my character would be aware of that from fighting them for so long?
That and just like what you've learned about like Legion, because you passed your check and whatnot since then.
Yeah.
So it could be if it's a simple geth though, with like a bug in it.
I think my character spent like a year fighting them.
If it's a simpler one with a bug in it or whatever, you would know that they're not very versatile. So whatever they do, they're kind of like one-trick ponies unless there's more of them around that they could process off of. But it could potentially be pinging its processes off of other geth around.
Okay. I guess for the sake of RP, I'll just share some of that knowledge, and you guys will definitely get the impression that he's got some experience with geth, I suppose, and how he's describing it.
I think I would probably make note of that, but I don't know if I would follow up.
That's fine. He's not going to go into detail, but he definitely starts spouting off more stuff about the geth than what you'd expect an average person to spout.
Quite a lot of knowledge about these geth.
Yeah, I fought in the wars.
Good, so you know exactly how to dismantle them from the inside out.
Depends what we're dealing with. If we're dealing with a geth army, sure, but if we're dealing with a broken one or a special one, that's something else.
I wanted to get to that. It could be a self-loathing geth, or it could be someone trying to have a geth as a cover for their actions. Someone who wants a geth and geth kind to take blame for their own actions. It'll be kind of hard to know until we get a good glimpse of the person with the rifle.
We didn't even get solid intel on how people know it's a geth. That's just been the assumption, right?
Right, there's no evidence pointing towards that.
Well, let's go with the assumption it might be, but keep our options open to someone else trying to frame a geth or make it look like a geth attack too. All right.
I can get to work on the cameras then.
Yeah, so what are you going to do? Spot one and go see if they'll share their intel with us, or are you some kind of hacker? I say that kind of jokingly.
It'd be best if you didn't watch, so you don't have to be complicit.
Oh shit.
Don't need to tell me twice. You'll just see Strix like start walking away.
Maybe you can scout the scene, see if you can find where the shot may have come from.
So, did any of us actually see this person before they fell, or just after they'd fallen?
After they'd
I mean, technically speaking, you would have seen them. It's just there was white noise person. Just like you've been how many times out in public and seen dozens,
but if we
hundreds,
know,
thousands.
If we know which way they fell and like where the shot was, it would give us at least some idea of a direction.
I could try to recall that from my memory.
Technically speaking, Messi can recall that perfectly. Yep.
There is a roll involved. I'm not sure how.
Is a perk of having a Drell.
So I
guess the Graff will bring that up.
It smelled sweet. It was blowing slightly from the east.
Well, now that we know, wisdom.
In RP, that's.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now that we know where the mark was, any idea which direction the shot might have come from based on where the body fell? I kind of got over there a little late.
Let me try to remember. And Frait will close his eyes and wait. Can I close my eyes? I don't know if Drell can close their eyes. Frait would try to recall the memory. It says DC 14 wisdom check. Is that just pure wisdom? Because if so, it might be a little difficult.
It is just wisdom. You are correct, sir.
Okay. Oh,
luck it.
So close. Oh, there we go.
How much luck do we have left? Didn't chat say they can't add more luck right now?
9. It says 9.
That looks like more luck than we had. So someone said they couldn't get more luck. What the fuck?
They lied.
They were lying to you.
the 15, I can give them an exact replication of what happened.
This is all just by your voice, though, right? You can't like display it or anything
Right.
like that. You just recall
No.
it perfectly.
Right. I mean, I guess with my Omni tool, I could theoretically draw something like rudimentary quickly to give an idea of like exactly what I'm talking about, which might
Performance.
help. You know what? Just for you, Pat.
Let's go. Natty 20. Watch. Here we go.
You made me
my
waste
God.
a natty 20 on that, you son of a bitch.
No way! Oh my god.
Full picture.
Oh my god.
Okay, cool.
Oh my
So you have recalled this memory and given us a perfect outline of everybody there. Amazing.
Yes.
He literally painted it. Like he pulled out
Like a
like
Bob Ross painting.
Yeah,
We're
literally.
gonna take some cadmium yellow and
This is a
some aluminum
performance
white.
check. I expect this to be explained to you guys in interpretive dance.
Treadmill, can you, if you're here, can you give us Drell Bob Ross? Drell
He's
Ross.
right there.
Joe
He's
Ross.
literally right behind me.
I'm
He's
picturing
doing
like
my-
Captain Ginyu doing the dance after Frieza leaves, and he's like, "Strike a pose," playing, but it's like the Drell like pointing off things. I live in DBZ Abridged World.
Yeah, you do. So with the perfect recollection and perfect performance of drawing out exactly what happened, I'm sure you guys will have a very easy time checking around the area. See if you can find where the shot came from.
I need
while
an
they do that-
investigation check with his recalling it and his explaining everything. I need an investigation check done with advantage. It's actually so good that you don't really need aid. I can have the two better ones roll with advantage, and it leaves a third person to do something else entirely. Maybe go
Okay.
check another area or whatever it is.
So
My advantage is a 3. Or
yeah,
investigation
it's
is a
already
3.
better. Mine's 0, so
What's your investigation, Pat?
My investigation is a +2.
Okay, so you and I will investigate, and Rena will do something else. So roll investigation with advantage, Pat.
With advantage.
Yep. Nice.
And
Cool.
then I wanted to hack into the cameras, which I can do with my hacking tool and
Who am I investigating with? Am I investigating with Rena?
Fire
Am I with-
investigation, it looks like. Scott.
Well, I know, but who am I investigating with?
Me. You
I
and
mean,
I are looking
technically-
Oh, you
around.
and I. Okay. Okay.
And
Yeah,
you're
Scott,
going
I
to go
have a
off
quick
and,
question.
and Rena was going to do something. What's up?
So it says hacking tools. It has like a little perk for investigation, which I have proficiency in. And it says you gain additional insight when utilizing network systems.
Yep.
Is this something to hack into these cameras? Would I be using a network system? Is that how
First,
is that
you're,
what that means?
first you're going to do an electronics check to successfully hack in, and then you will have
Okay.
additional information delivered to you when you do your investigation afterwards.
Okay. So I don't roll the tool, I roll electronics.
Tool is not a skill in this version of the game. It just modifies other skills that you already had. So electronics is a skill that you're rolling.
Right, but I have a hacking tools tool, is what I mean.
Yeah, you put that on your character sheet, not me.
Okay, so don't use that. I can delete
You
that.
delete it.
Does
You're,
it-
you're thinking of when you were playing Yondis and you had a thieves tool skill that no longer
Yeah.
exists. By
Okay,
being
and also-
proficient in that, you just have other modifications. What's up?
Okay, I see. So I don't need to worry about that. All right, so I'll just roll electronics then.
Mhm.
Normal. Damn.
Would you like to luck it or just fail?
I guess I'll luck it and hope that the DC is a 10. Is it a 10?
DC was not a 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a 2. No. So you fail, unfortunately.
Uh,
You're just a little worn out from your interpretive dance that you
What-
provided for everybody.
So if he tries again, is this something that I can like give him advantage on if I go over and try to assist?
Are
or
you
no?
trained in electronics?
No.
Then you can't provide aid for a skill that you're not trained in unless it's something that's so simple that it makes sense that anybody would be able to provide. So
Fair enough.
so no go on that one. Rita, you could do something else though while after he's explained the details, explained everything else to everybody. You're like, cool, I'm gonna go do this while those boys are staying there and he's going off to fail.
He
I
does
guess,
this
yeah.
perfect recollection, perfect performance, and he goes to hack and immediately just fucks it up.
if they're just investigating the immediate area where the body was, is that right?
They are, yep.
Then I might try to find like a vantage point, you know.
Yeah, sure. So why don't you go ahead and you're gonna be rolling a perception check then, Rena, instead of investigation. And you're gonna be looking for vantage points that are probably about 150 meters away, assuming that they're gonna be at the upper end of where they can shoot from, right?
Okay, 17.
17's solid, but do you think 17 is good enough for what it is you're trying to do?
Yes, that every time we roll anything.
I know. I feel like it's fine. Yeah, 17 seems high enough.
So there's 17 looking specifically for locations that are within the 150 meter mark. You're walking around and you could find 3 spots that definitely look like they could be it. If you had more information, you could probably narrow it down further, but right now where it sits is you found 3 locations that are within the 150 meter range, like some being closer to, say, like 120 meters or so on and so forth. I mean, it all depends on how ballsy this person is. Like, the further you are, the harder and harder and harder it's going to be, but theoretically, you shouldn't even be able to be targetable after 150 meters. Going back to these boys over here, Graff and Strix kind of like having a conversation about it and, you know, talking about the performance he did there. It's like, yeah, that was good, wasn't it? I know. Seriously, I almost tipped him, you know, tipped him over. Yeah. Anyway, so you guys, whatever conversation you have, sorry, I'm playing with my little action figures here. Whatever conversation
kiss.
you guys,
Kiss, damn it. Scott with the mollusk.
4 testicles, but 2 tongues. So, sorry. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, anyways, you are investigating, having a conversation back and forth with one another. So I just need a moment. I don't know why, but that was funny for me. Somebody turned off their camera, and no, never mind. I'm dumb. So you guys made your way in there and had your conversation, but eventually it's actually Strix who decides, based off the way that, you know, she fell, because, you know, he interpretive danced, fell for you, how she fell and so forth, and like where the injury was in the body, all the information that you've been able to gather so far, realizes the shot came from that direction over there. You know what I mean? They had to have come from that direction. Which, when, you know, you come to that realization and Rena comes back and says, "Oh, this."
Could I pose that to Graff, who's kind of trained in this? And like,
yeah. Well, the idea is that you guys would come to this conclusion together. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're the one that makes the final decision, and you make the argument, and Graff is like, "Yeah, I can't refute that. Like, that's better than what I got." You know what I mean? So anyways,
treadmill, that's so scary.
Oh no. Oh God. Okay.
It's so scary. Oh my God.
Fan art.
Oh my God. It's so scary. It's so scary.
Oh! Somehow the lips are worse than usual. Oh my God! It puts its skin in the basket. Like
That's his character at a disco party.
Oh God! Why is life so horrible?
It's so scary.
Like, no. Why? Why would you do this to me?
That was so great. I'm so pleased.
Storm, do you want to go share that with the ME crew over in the other Discord server?
I scrolled up treadmill. I saw what you've done to me.
Oh God, it's so terrible. Okay, let's move on from this nightmare that we're living. All right, back to the game. So yeah, you collaborate with one another. You come to this conclusion. When Rena comes back, without forcing her to RP, which you guys can do in a second, she kind of tells you the 3 locations that she has. And again, the 3 of you collaborate once again, and you come to the conclusion, well, out of those 3 locations that we've discussed, like, it's got to be this one. Like, it has to be that spot. It's the only one that makes sense for here, right? So we know where it is. And then you're like waiting for Bob Ross to return. But eventually
Messi, check the fan art.
Eventually he returns and unfortunately slumped shoulders and puffy sad lips.
Okay, so I wanted to argue. If I had time to do this, couldn't I just take my time and get advantage with it?
No.
Okay.
You don't get advantage for taking time. When you're for you to do things like time assisting you, there can't be a negative side effect. Hacking into a system has a negative side effect, and if you fail by too much, you trigger alarms. Yeah. But if you're like peeling a banana, I want to peel the perfect banana. Take all the time in the world, baby. I don't know why my mind went to bananas. Leave me alone. You guys are RP now.
Well, we got the spot narrowed down at least, so that's something.
It'll be worth looking into, but we're not likely to find too much there. Oh, it does seem like the most.
Sorry, go ahead.
The most obvious place, I guess, based on what we know.
What cameras or what building is it that has the camera that's facing this?
I mean, it's not like there's one camera facing over in this direction. It's not like the cameras are super obvious either. This isn't like modern day.
Okay, well, can we roll to see if we spot one that's kind of that might have picked this up?
So Messi went over and more or less kind of like discerned all this information already. Like, even though I didn't like talk it out, he has that info. He just failed at slicing into it or hacking into it.
So, you want to try going inside and see if we can talk him into showing us the footage then?
Yeah, I guess that's worth a shot.
That's going to belong to CSEC as opposed to being like some random shop.
Who's CSEC?
Citadel Security.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, are we working for them?
We're helping Alliance military, I guess, to some extent. So yes, but not directly or officially.
Yeah, CSEC technically works for the Citadel. Alliance military is the Alliance military.
So we can go and request the footage.
We can go tell them what we're doing and see if they'll help us, and if not, we can try to go get official
I'm getting
people
PTSD
get involved.
of last time Messi and I tried to go get footage of something.
It went well. The high school kid showed us the footage of a guy get killed.
This time there's less sex toys.
Thanks.
A lot less sex toys.
You think that?
Well, they
but
were
you're about to walk
downstairs.
into a CSEC office.
I can't wait to see alien dildos.
They're
My
like
mind went
regular
places I
dildos.
don't want to talk about.
All right. Well, I guess we try to find a front door and go in, unless someone else has a different idea. But that's where Graff's gonna start heading.
Okay. So you go walking like to like wherever location has a camera is what you're saying? Well, I'm telling you, like you would go to CSEC, you would literally have to go not here, but like a hub, like a CSEC hub, which isn't like that store right there. Like you would actually go to.
Oh, so they wouldn't monitor things from this building for the cameras on this building?
No. It would all be like wired back to a hub because it's the future. Like
Okay.
Interconnection would be yeah.
Well, I guess I would try to figure out how far away that would be.
Not far.
Okay, then I would start making my way there then.
Yeah. Yep. We can go over to the CSEC area.
I'd go with you.
CSEC offices, and you come walking in, and when you walk in, you can see they're wearing the typical CSEC blues, and whatnot, and most of the CSEC military that's here. I shouldn't say most. I'd say it's probably about like 40% Taurian, 30% human, 15% Quarian, 5% other. So you come walking in, so it's predominantly Taurian in here, and you walk over, and one of the walk up to the desk or whatever it is, and when it's your turn, a couple minutes after that.
You mean my Torn? Sorry, you were saying Turian is Taurian, so I thought you just didn't know how to pronounce the letter U.
Turian.
The other way around.
Taurian.
Turian.
Was he saying Taurian or Turian? Yeah, Taurian. Okay, true.
I play a campaign with 3 Turians every week. I played it
I
this
swear
morning.
you just said Taurian.
Maybe I was enjoying a
Cody
yummy waffle cone. Yeah.
All right,
How
well, it's
old
my
is that waffle
turn.
cone?
All right. So, the Quarian, or sorry, Quarian. Some people call them Quarians.
Yeah, like a quail.
Yeah. So there's some Quarians in there and some Torpians in there.
How many homins?
No, the humans. The
Oh.
humans.
Anyway,
How
I'm
many
gonna try to get
people are
someone's
elves?
attention.
Yep. So you walk up to the thing when they find out it's your turn. You know, the Torian behind the counter will say,
God damn it.
what's the problem?
You heard of that serial killing Geth around?
Yep. It's a problem. We get reports all the time about it.
Yeah, we might have a lead, but we either need to look at one of your cameras or maybe have you guys look at a camera. And see
All
if you
right,
can find
listen,
anything.
I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. People coming in here and complaining about the fact that there's a server being installed in the apartment next to them, and they don't agree with the fact that there can be a couple thousand Geth living in the apartment next to them, even though the typical occupancy limit is blah, blah,
I'm
blah.
gonna stop you right there. We saw a body drop and we know exactly where the shooter was standing.
Oh, you should have said so.
We should probably mention that we're here with the Alliance.
Yeah.
You say that, and then he looks at the group of you. Then he looks back at Graff specifically and says, "That true?"
I'm retired Alliance military, but I'm helping him out as kind of a favor. These guys were there when the body dropped as well, so we're kind of doing this together. I don't care if you let us look at the cameras or not, but if you'll at least look at the camera, we got the exact location pretty much pinned down over behind the what was the building? Frait, you got a perfect memory. What was it?
Yeah, and you guys give the information that's appropriate.
It was a Bed Bath & Beyond.
Why don't you go ahead and roll a persuasion check? I know you're the best at these, Wade.
Sure. Any advantage, disadvantage, or anything, since they probably want to help get rid of this fucking serial killer? No?
Nope, it affects the DC side. Boom.
Almost a 3.
He nods and says, "Hey, lead's a lead, but, you know, you're going to have to wait a few minutes so we can get someone to look over that footage with you. I don't handle server side."
That's fine.
Okay. He points off to the side and says, "You can wait over there. Somebody will help you out." What's up, Messi?
Would they be in need of any assistance? I'm a system operator myself.
He shakes his head and says, "Authorized personnel only."
I understand.
A few minutes later, somebody will come out and be like, "You're here to look at the server?" It's a little Quarian. "Oh, come with me this way, and I'll show you the server." And they lead you down to
Quarian's like the nerd from The Simpsons.
Come with me, and I'll show you the server.
What's his name? I can't think of his name.
Millhouse?
I can't unhear it now. Just picture them coming out like,
Come on, Bart.
Oh, that's really good. They bring you downstairs. They bring you downstairs to the room and say, "All right, so listen. You said that it was going to be at this location, this exact location. We're going to look at it over here. Just don't touch anything in this room. Don't touch any of the panels, the keyboards, no interfacing with your Omni tool. You're inside a very sensitive material area, and things interface very easily down here. So no interfering with anything, okay?"
by like default, he'll just look over at Strix.
Yeah, I would too. I think Frait would stare right at Strix.
We all just look at the
Just be like,
Krogan.
What?
He's already pulling out like parts out of the wall.
Like a bunch of wires. He's like tugging the wires. Seems sturdy.
I need
Tries to
these.
climb up on it.
I could use these.
These gold? All right, so anyways, so he says like going through the thing, and he goes, "Wait, hold on, there's something here," and and pulls up on the screen
Scott,
for
remind
you.
me. I have to tell you something that Wade told us, like a night after you left. I just got to go over that with you.
What, not live?
While we're not live. It has to be while we're not live.
That's a Rena.
I'm
Rena, your
scared now.
job to
How
remember.
horrible thing did I say? Okay, well, I guess I'll find out later.
All right,
You
so
will.
anyways.
You'll find out. You'll remember.
So
We'll
you're looking at
remember,
the camera and he goes, there's something over here, look. And when you look, actually, it's hard to make out because they're not a target standing where you expected. Not at all. That spot that you're looking to look at is empty. But they're like, no, it's up over here. I can't make it zoom any further. And there's somebody that's
Dude, I can't.
even further back. That seems to move. They're so far back that even with these like super high megapixel cameras and crazy zoom and enhanced features and so on, they're much further back than you originally anticipated. As a matter of fact, why don't one of you guys roll me a intelligence check for this? Science, I guess you could roll for math. Science is math, right? Math and science, they're the same thing,
I have
right?
a +2. Does anyone have anything higher than +2?
Science is
All
a
of you can
1.
roll. Every one of you can roll. Spam!
I'm just trying to see if
Explode
there's
the
anything that makes
keyboard.
sense
Oh, okay,
for.
cool.
Does
This
it
is
make more
intelligence.
sense than-
It's just
4.
intelligence. Oh, that's a really good one. Xena.
Dude, why do we
How
all
did
suck at
the-
intelligence?
How did the dumbest character get the highest roll? That's awesome.
Huh?
Damn.
Huh?
Wow.
Oh. No, Messy. The dumbest PC. It's All right, good. Gotta
He's
roll with that
getting
one.
he's getting a talking to right now. Oh man, he's sleeping on the couch.
I just
tonight.
want to clarify for the audience that wisdom is not intelligence.
Oh,
it's
okay,
not.
yeah. Try to walk it back now,
Nope.
I love how quickly he muted after
dude. He's
that.
not even
She's
getting the
still
purple
getting
couch
shit.
tonight. He's getting the floor.
an intelligent
You know
person
that
would
little
know the difference
courtyard
between the
in front of
two.
Messy's
A
house?
wise
Yeah, he's
person would
sleeping
shut the
out
fuck
there.
up.
Oh
So,
boy.
If
All
anything,
right.
Messy, you have those nice little umbrellas still. You'll be nice and shaded in the morning.
Yeah, I'll sleep in the trunk
I
of my
can send you
car.
some more roach pussy. It'll be
Thank you,
fine.
Will.
Yeah,
Wait,
would you
what?
please some more roach pussy? That shit was fire.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That's not. I don't.
What?
Never mind. I'm just gonna let you all think what you want.
What is?
It's better
Hey,
now the
you-
context.
somebody
honestly. Don't worry
subscribe.
about it, don't worry about
I
it.
could explain,
Lucas is
but I
like,
don't
I'm
wanna
here for the
know.
roach
It's way
pussy.
funnier-
Sub
it's
it all
way
day.
Funnier without explaining.
Oh my god.
Way funnier without explaining.
Oh my god.
If it makes you all feel better in chat, it's stuff we all used together. when
We
were
all
there.
did it, okay? We all did
We
it.
all
I
used
did
the roach
not.
pussy.
I did not. I
You
Oh, you were
probably
missing out.
did.
Technically,
You're missing out.
I think technically Britt used some roach pussy.
Scott, if you didn't, I think we would have known.
I think Scott
there's
used the roach
there's
pussy, too.
It's like a face
I put it in the
cleanser,
chat.
like it's called La Roche Posay, but Adler had me go to look for it at Ulta one day. She's like, "Just
Sunscreen,
look for
chat. It's
roach pussy."
sunscreen. It was just a type of sunscreen we used.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
gotta
wear
be
any
careful.
sunscreen.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't wear any sunscreen while I
Wow.
was down there.
Roche Posay, yeah. But it's just
I
roach
didn't go to
pussy.
the beach. I stayed at the pool. Because I'm a
Yeah,
pool person.
Scott was boring. He went to the beach at night and then he's like, I'm gonna go look for shells. Then was like an hour gone. Why would you?
I
ever
don't
do
want to
anything
talk
like
about
that?
the trip
It's
the
French.
entire stream.
All right, yeah, let's move on. So back to the game. So you notice this person, Rena, Zenestthea. You notice that there is a that's for you, Russ. You notice that there is a the person that's in there, the one that they're saying that you can see the flash of the gun. You can actually see the flash of it, like releasing its high levels of radiation. Because you can see, like, as the frame goes, there's a flash from the distance. The whole camera gets fuzzy for a second, and then the person immediately gets up and starts walking away. But they're so far fucking back from where the camera is pointing at them, they're too tiny and pixelated to make out any details. Rena, looking at this, you're like, wait a second, hold on. Where that was, how small they are, that's going to be like, I don't know, 300 meters back or something. Like it is much further than what was suggested that a rifle like this should be able to do. This is insanity. That should not be that far back of a shot. And now it makes you want to, like, now that you have this information, go back to the actual site, the field that you were in, and go find where that location was. But I'll bring it back to RP for you. Did you see it? Oh my God.
I mean, based on what your
Yes,
cameras
actually.
can do, I kind of saw something.
That seems much further back than what they were telling me was even capable. That's odd. It'd be worth having another look around back there.
Yeah. I'd say we probably should go back. Do you have any cameras closer to that spot?
One moment, let me check out the network. Messi's actually way better at this stuff than this guy right here. He's looking over he's looking through the cameras and he's trying to like figure out exactly where the person is inside there, and he's like zooming and going through all these things. So it's like lots of like rapid movements and things. He's like, oh my God, I'm nauseous. As he's searching through, and then eventually
I bet you
some-
not do the Quarians this dirty every fucking time, dude.
No, you've already talked to Zeke. And so the eventually gets like a better angle that's much closer and goes, oh, look at this one right here. And you can look through the camera and you can see him from this angle. Unfortunately, the camera does see barely the barrel pointing out from behind some cover, like perfectly this structure, this pillar or whatever it is. They're sitting on the other side of it, but you can see the barrel. Like if this is the structure, the barrel is like peeking out, and you can see the flash happen as it shoots the
So it's
the
a
radiation
useless
thing.
angle again. Great.
Yeah, but and then after that, the person gets up and walks away. But watching them walk away, it does look like they could be Geth. Definitely looks like they could be Geth.
Are they far away from the camera again where we can't make out what they are?
Yeah, unfortunately, they're sticking to the structures as much as possible, so you're more or less looking at the shape of the leg and whatnot. There's too much interference with them. They're intelligently using cover, stealthing their way around. They know what they're doing, you know?
Well, it definitely looks like a Geth. We should get back to military headquarters and let them know that the parameters of the shot's a lot further than we originally thought. And then I guess we can go back and take a look again.
And should we take a copy of this if we can?
Can we get one of those?
I just need to get approval.
Sure, we can wait here.
Oh, I could just forward you the information. You don't need to wait here. I'll wire it over to you.
I hate how deathly ill you sound.
Yeah, maybe get a checkup while you're at it. We're gonna head back out then. I don't know how you share contact details.
I got punctured. Just a couple days ago, but I didn't save up enough sick time. So I'm trying to work my way through a fun little infection that I have from the puncture that I got.
Shut the fuck up, Scott. We
All
give
right,
more
well,
contact
thank
information,
you.
we fucking leave.
Thanks for your help. Send that over when you can, and then we all leave.
Chocolate juicy.
Sorry.
What's that from, Tash?
This is SpongeBob, man.
Chocolate.
All right.
I remember when they first invented chocolate.
All right.
Sorry.
I always
I was
hated
channeling
it.
I was channeling the turtle from Rocco's Modern Life. So
I'm assuming we have the text name, so we don't have to RP it. We can go to Alliance HQ real quick or contact them via whatever and let them know what we found out as far as the range and then the camera angles. Let them know if they've got some footage over that might be helpful. And then we'll get back to the spot to actually look around again.
Yep. Again, so you take care of all that stuff, paperwork stuff. We're going to skip past that. They're going to send you over the information just to jump cutting while you guys are actively over there checking. You'll get the information sent over to you, so on and so forth. So we don't need to waste time. You're over there investigating again, but this time, like, obviously you had the angle from beforehand. You're like, so it's way the fuck that way? That's absolutely insanity. How is that even possible? And you guys make your way over to the spot in question. You don't need to make an investigation check to find it. Like, you got two different angles well enough to know the distance and blah, blah, blah. And you end up going over there and checking it out. Now, when you're there, Messy can literally bust out his sniper rifle that he has, which is a range of what, Messy? 300 meters?
What?
It's got a short and a long. The short is 120. The long is 360.
360. Okay, cool. So, when you're standing about an Xbox away, you can look down your scope and to see like how far this is. And when you're actually standing in the exact spot where this takes place, and you guys can make investigation checks in a second because in height, when you actually stand in the exact
or nice
spot,
stab, whichever one it was.
it was a sneeze. I heard her through Messy's mic. So you Messy, you're standing at 313.2 meters from the target.
Why the .2?
Because you're looking down a scope. I give you math. Math.
Oh, okay.
Why
He'll
313?
whistle, and then say, it's quite a long shot, 313 meters.
All right,
mean,
so we got a
it's-
talented son of a bitch too. Great.
Well, I suppose if anyone could make that shot, it would definitely be one of the Geth. Right?
An assassin of
it
some
really
kind.
depends on.
Are they trained in
Geth.
extreme precision?
Different ones do different things, but yeah. If it's that skilled, then we got to go into the assumption that maybe it's not one malfunctioning, but one that's more talented. Could
Well,
still be
and
malfunction, but I'd rather be on the
This-
safe side.
this particular killer would be definitely targeting their victims and executing with a sort of accuracy you wouldn't typically see on your everyday man.
Well, we do have one other lead. We know who its next target might be. So maybe we head over there and try to figure out
Yeah,
the route they'll
should
be
see if we
walking,
can-
where they'll be standing, what the most ideal spot to take a shot would be, and 300 meters, everything in between that it could take the shot from.
We should see if we can bring our speak with the owner and see if we can bring our weapons in. With the organizer, I guess would be the right word.
Yeah, I'll let one of you do the talking on that. Security, military, I understand them to some extent, but
Would you be able to do me a favor then?
I'll just look at you.
I don't have a sidearm, so if we can't bring our weapons in, I'll need something.
I guess you can take my pistol, but let's hope we can
If
get.
I gave you some credits, would you be able to pick one up for me?
Yeah, you allergic to shopping?
No, I just figured we could knock these out at the same time.
Oh, I got you.
Don't forget, Wade, you
Uh,
still have that job you can turn in here. I wasn't robbing you of that.
Oh, okay. I assume that was also with the military. Who gave me that job?
Oh, that wasn't the military. That was somebody else hired
somebody.
the crew for it. Yeah, that's somebody else around here.
Okay.
And because the thing that you think is going to happen is tomorrow night, you have time to go pick that up too.
Sure.
You can go pick that up a little bit.
How much do I know about how much a pistol costs?
Yeah, I'm actually literally looking it up right now. So, where is heavy pistol? So there's two different types here.
Five
One
and a half.
goes for 5,500. The other goes for 5,500.
What are the two? Predator and what's the other one?
Predator and Phalanx.
So 5,500 credits.
Yep.
It's gonna rock about 5,500 credits, no matter what kind of pistol you want me to get. So, you have a preference between a Predator and a Phalanx? And you got the credits for it? I don't got that.
Actually, don't know how much money I have.
How much
Not
was
that
it?
much.
5,500.
Yeah, I don't have that much.
But being as Graff just
Strix-
met these guys, he's not going to be like, I can pay this.
Yeah.
Here, let me buy your pistol for you.
Yeah, no, I imagine he wouldn't.
Strix could offer it up.
If you did, Graff would be like, oh, you're offering the money you got from my probe to this guy?
Strix puts the money away.
You start to reach for it, and Graff gives you a look like,
The hell you are.
Well, I guess we can just hope we get lucky then.
you good shot?
Yes.
He is
Borrow mine
actually.
for now. He'll hand you his pistol for now.
You keep it until we.
Well, I'm
determine
gonna go
whether or not we'll need
collect on a job I did before, and I'm gonna go try to. You guys go talk to the hostess, and I'll meet you over there. Just take this in if they won't let you take your guns. If they let you take your guns, then give it back to me when I get there.
Okay. And I'm not sure if I've officially given you this yet, so and he'll send over his contact to your Omni tool.
Yeah, I guess it's probably a good idea. I guess he'll share it with everybody so that we can all contact each other a little bit now.
I know Rena's character doesn't have an Omni tool yet.
What?
Right?
She does. It's just old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you would have been upgraded. Like that's something like an Omni tool is so basic that when you were going through the processing beforehand and everything, they would have upgraded it for you, which is nice because that program that you got off of your friend, you'd actually be able to plug it in and it would work. Which is a reminder for Rena and Wade. In the bottom right-hand corner of the core page of your character sheet, you guys each have Omni tool programs put into you. Rena, you have a nifty one there. Wade, you have two. One we discussed beforehand. The other one I told you about, but like didn't really go into detail. Pat, you did get your chip on your character. You only have one tech power, and I have it set up so that both that and your shotgun reroll 1s and 2s for you the first time you roll them. And Messy's power that he got was oh, Messy, I
Looks
didn't
like
put it
a-
on your character sheet. What?
I see it. It's there.
What is it?
Tactical blur.
Oh, never mind. I did give it to you. Aha.
There's
Yeah,
two
cool.
on here, Scott. I only knew about one of these.
You have two. One is from your birthday. One is from Patreon.
Happy birthday.
Did I get one for my birthday? Is that what this
You
one
got
is?
that's what that one is. The one for Patreon hasn't come through to you yet.
Oh, cool.
Thank you.
Which is pretty cool. And Rena has like another one coming from Patreon as well, but it's not going to come for a while. So like what they want to, I'm like, yeah, that she's not walking into the fucking game with that. And that's not coming for a hot minute. And they're like, I don't care. I just want this. And I was like, cool, but like, it's cool. It's going to take a bit. So sit in your hands. I'm like, okay.
Damn.
Yeah.
Excited for that one then.
Yeah. And somebody else is making something for the ship right now.
Don't
So,
worry, I can take it apart. I mean,
Ah.
put it together.
but they're talking to me through Patreon, which I check. If they're lucky, I will check it once a day. So, because it's not like I get pinged for that shit. But anyway, so hopefully it'll be done for next session. But back to you guys. So you guys have your shit. Wade, you're going a separate direction. Pat, are you going with these two fucks or are you going with Wade?
We'll be going with Wade.
Okay. So the super short version for Wade going to pick up the money for his job. Assuming Pat's character is with you the entire time, Wade. Yes, no, yes.
I'm sorry, I was looking up the Predators info, so I was going to pass it on to Messi because I didn't put it on my sheet.
You're good. So he can look it up on N7. So
Okay.
you, sir, is Pat coming with you for the entire time of you getting paid, or are you like gonna have a secret leave him behind
mean-
moment, or?
I don't know much about whoever hired me then. I assumed it was military, so it's not. I assume he'd just be like, wait here as he goes inside to get paid, then comes back out.
Cool. So when you
He
go
doesn't wanna make
inside,
it, I imagine he wouldn't want to make it look like a show of force bringing a Krogan in to get it paid.
so when you go inside, you go to get paid, and your character wasn't entirely a part of the original negotiations, but you were told how much each person should be getting. Like At least you were told how much you were getting and kind of extrapolating from there. And it was a 6-person crew, if you don't recall, from your session 0. So when you go in there, they tell you like, oh yeah, the pay was for 20 grand. Good job. You got it done. 20 grand. But, you're not an idiot. You're like, that seems light. You can go ahead and roll a persuasion or intimidation to try to correct the scenario. But again, you didn't originally negotiate. You were just hired gun.
For all the shit I went through and the credits I had to spend and the other shit crewmates you sent me with, including that traitorous Solarian, 20 credits is light. And I know it wasn't 20 credits or 20,000 credits to start.
Are you happy with your 13?
I'll luck it. 15.
Okay. He goes, first and foremost, I ain't sent you with no one nowhere. You got hired by the person I hired. You're a subcontractor. But I'm a man of my word. All right. Job's done. I'm happy with how it turned out. I'll give you your damn credits. And he shells over 30,000 credits.
You can buy your probe now.
One more thing before I go. You know what happened to the owner of the ship that we took out there? It's been a pain in the ass to try to get that whole thing situated.
I weren't playing inside with you. What happened?
Was the owner of the ship with us? I thought it was a ship that we were given for the job.
The owner of the ship died on the actual planet. That was like part of the comms or whatever.
Oh, I didn't know he was part of our crew.
Yeah. That was like the whole conversation we had beforehand. But the Solarian hopped on the ship and ran away. Like, you fucker.
Never mind. He was one of the subcontractors too. You probably wouldn't have anything on him. Just a pain in my ass. Pleasure doing business with you.
Hey, if you're looking for something that pays well again, you let me know. If you're willing to take risks, I'm willing to shell out credits, and I'm always good for them.
I'll be in touch. He says the intent of I probably won't be in touch since I just had to squeeze my money out of you.
Because 30,000 credits is what you're supposed to get. So anyways, you walk out feeling a little bit heavier than you did when you walked in. It was that you had a milkshake. Oh, really? What you got?
He'll just play it off. I mean, I guess he was probably expecting that anyway, so. All right, well, that's done. Did you send over credits, Messy, for me to get you a pistol or not?
No, I didn't have enough.
I guess let's go pick up a pistol. Never hurts to have a spare anyway. We're gonna go shopping, but if you want to cut to them going to talk to the hostess first, it's up to you. Whatever order you want to do it in.
Okay. So you guys go to. It's just another weapon. Yeah, it's just the pistol. It's a nice simple pistol.
Before we leave, I'll just be like, I have an extra pistol I don't use. No, I'll kind of present it to you. It's an M3 Predator.
You literally never would use it?
If he's in needing of a pistol for now, consider it a loan.
You'll see the shotgun dawned on his back.
I mean, if you don't want it, I'll take it, but we can also just go get another one. Never hurts to
Save
have a
yourself
backup.
the credits. I've already put you into enough stress.
I mean, you didn't know what you were doing. It's fine. It's a pain in my ass, but everything is.
It's there if you want it.
I kind of like mine better, so I'm going to trade it with the Frait if you don't mind.
Okay.
Literally the same gun, just one he's had on his hip for a while.
Ooh.
I guess we'll make our way back to them. We all know the location, right? So we'll be getting to where you guys are probably I don't know how far we went, but 20 minutes after, 30 minutes.
Okay. So they show up at the location. Obviously, you guys will show up, like you said, some other time afterwards. I imagine it's gonna be longer than that, Wade, because you went the exact opposite direction, some more of the shitty industrial area and blah blah blah. But so there's my ship that I can't fly around. See, bye. So you guys would be able to go to the the host. This is Messy and Rena. You guys paired off again. So you guys go to where the host would be having this set up. And more or less, like, you already have your press passes. So you're going to try to use this as leverage to even get a conversation with the host to begin with, right? So you're walking up, and even to just make a meeting with them, because you're just some schmuck, you don't already have anything arranged, you're going to have to make me a persuasion check just to even walk in the door to get a meeting with this person.
I have a +5.
Oh, I also have a +5.
Rena, I thought you were gonna win that one. You caved. You caved. So don't you remember he just called you stupid? Now apparently stupid and weak?
I do remember, actually. Huh. Thanks for
Oh.
reminding me.
That's not what happened. You're trusting Scott's recollection of this?
Oh. Chat. Shall
He's
we clip?
gaslighting me.
Yeah, I know he is. You should set him on fire with kerosene. So, anyways, you
have 7 luck dice. Should I luck it on a 17? This is just to like get into the place. I feel like 17.
Just to have a conversation with somebody who is kind of exclusive. So.
All right. Okay, then maybe I roll the luck. All right, 19.
All right. So with your 19, they tell you that the person, like, I don't think they have time for you tonight. There's like a little back and forth or whatever, and you're like, no, this is extremely important. It's about the event tomorrow.
Really important.
We have
yeah.
blah blah blah. They're not trying to give anything away because you're not trying to cause a panic or anything either, right? And then eventually they're like, fine, listen, there's like a 10-minute window that they have between after they're done having their dinner this evening and they put their child to bed. 10-minute window. They can meet with you at the end of the edge of their property. Sound good?
Yep, that's perfect. It'll be quick.
You show up, and if they're in the mood, they will show up. Otherwise, I don't tell them what to do. I just put it on the itinerary.
Nope, that's all we can ask for. I appreciate it.
It's like an hour later on, hour and a half later on, whatever it is, you find yourselves like Google searching this person's property or whatever. And making your way over to there. And again, it's really fucking nice area. Like there's like a tall building or whatever. It's they're probably like a 15-floor building to themselves, sort of a thing. There's a nice big beautiful property. And you're waiting outside for like that. Hopefully they show up. Any RP between you and Messi at all or nah? Like you're gonna try to plan your approach with this person?
I was gonna say, yeah, we'd probably talk about it. So she'll say, listen, if we don't have enough time to talk to them, then we better figure out exactly what we're going to say so we don't waste time. And obviously we want to start with how it's, regarding the safety of the event, and we have really good leads on, this murderer that's on the loose. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I think it might work well if we tell them that is it the Alliance? Or is it the Allegiance? It's the Alliance, okay. I can't remember, because I keep thinking to myself, isn't that the World of Warcraft one? Which I think it is, but it's also in this one.
I was going to say, the Allegiance sounds a little like, I don't know, it almost sounds Imperial. Which I guess it would be. It does.
He says,
or the Alliance.
If we tell them we're working for the Alliance and that we have leads on... Why am I talking like Simon again? I keep doing that. And we tell them that we have leads on our target, the Geth, that's been causing all these problems, then we should be able to convince them to allow us to bring our weapons in, as long as we promise to mostly stay out of sight to not scare anyone. We should promise security and discretion.
No, I agree. I think that's perfect. It's really just about protection and defense. It's not anything more than that, so...
Let's hope we get lucky.
And I think after that, we'll wait until they show up or not show up.
Okay. So you're sitting there and you're like hoping, you're crossing your fingers, you're hoping. I'm going to let the next person in chat roll a D20. And if they roll anything but Lance, the person will show up. There's a 5% chance person doesn't show up. So as long as we don't have solidarity in chat, we're good to go. Storm.
That was
Storm.
so close.
Bro, you walking that line, Storm.
Oh,
Ugh.
man.
Storm's like, talk shit about a musician.
Okay,
Boom!
back to back. Stop it.
That's funny. Ash. So anyways, the person comes out that was there beforehand, and that's how they was suggested. And they come walking out, and they stand there like, oh, I don't check there. They check their Omni tool to see what time it is. I look at my watch. Check Omni tool to see what time it is, and says, I was told there was an urgent matter that I needed to speak with you, that you needed to speak with me about. Please make it very quick, as I have many a task to do before this evening is over.
Well, we're here working with the Alliance. We've been investigating the case of the alleged Geth that's been assassinating individuals that have been, well, let's just say pro-Geth freedom. And we've tracked down your next target to be someone at your event. And we're hoping that we can have some passes, as long as we stay discreet, that will allow me and my team to bring our weapons to the gala and stop the perpetrator before any more death is present. We need approval from you in order to do that.
Strictly for defense, though. We don't anticipate anything happening immediately, but just in the event that it does, we want to be prepared.
There's a Geth that's trying to kill somebody at my event?
Well, surely you've heard about the murders that have taken place recently.
Oh.
There was another one committed today.
Yes, I remember somebody saying something about that. It caused a bit of a stir. I think even a bit of traffic happened because of it. But yeah, I'm aware peripherally.
Frait would glance over at Zenestthea and then glance back and say, imagine how poor the press would relay your event being if there was such crime committed. We are in your best interest to keep your reputation intact.
Rena assisted you there. You made your point twice. Go ahead and roll your thing with advantage. Are you happy with your 23?
Yeah, I'm happy with the 23.
And you've already been signed off by the Alliance.
That's how we got these badges.
Well, and fine. You said there were a few of you?
It's just 4 of us.
Fine, this can be done, but I want full scans done. I need to have every detail of your DNA on file before I allow you to come into this event. If you turn out being the ones causing problems, I want to make sure that they can find you even if you arrive in Omega.
Of course.
Understandable, yes.
Now, my child likes the human song, something about a lamb. I have to quickly read the lyrics again. Good evening.
The itsy bitsy lamb got
Did we get
chopped up
those
in the field.
You hear that? Did we get those passes from you, or will there be a contact for us?
You say that as they're turning to walk away?
Yes.
They look back and say, arrive at security in the morning. They'll already have... You'll figure it out.
Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
They turn, they go back into the house. You guys are able to walk away, meet up with the other two. I don't know if there's any RP you want to have with them.
Well, we were able to get those passes secured. We just have to go there in the morning and do a security check-in, and they're going to gather your DNA. Hope that's all right.
Pistol? I like motion for his pistol.
Hands it.
He'll hand you another pistol.
Oh.
This is the Krogan's. I just wanted mine back. The holster not say anything else about it.
Yeah, he'll look around, but then be like, "Who am I to say that's weird? I just got a free gun." Tuck it away.
Well, he said it was the Krogans as he handed it to you, but yeah.
Yeah, it's covered in slobber. I know. It's like a dog drooled on it.
What'd you all find out?
Someone's gonna die here quick.
Well, the owner of the event didn't seem too keen on there being a murder take place, but also didn't seem too worried about the Geth killer. We're gonna call him that.
Yeah, the largest inconvenience seemed to be the traffic. I'm actually surprised that they're not more alarmed.
They didn't let you in at all to actually scope the place out now? That's all happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning, first thing.
All right. What time of day is it getting to be, Scott?
The evening. It's going to be evening tomorrow.
Yeah,
right now?
What time is it now?
Oh, it's evening today.
Evening tomorrow. Okay. That's
very are they saying what time is the event going to be? My apologies.
No, it's like, what time is it right now? It's evening tomorrow. What happened to morning today?
How does time
what happened to
on the
afternoon
space
yesterday?
station?
What was that, Messi?
How does time work on a space station? How do we keep track of days and nights?
It depends on the kind of clock.
I mean, honestly, every world has its own time, but everything runs off of the standardized time done by the Citadel and blah 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 blah. It's just easier to say for us to use Earth time.
Everything runs on EST, all that weird shit. And the universal language is English.
Exactly.
Gotcha,
all
understood.
that. Yep. That's how your Omni tool translates it. So Graff is the main character here, so we can translate everything to English. Otherwise, you have to listen to the chittering of a fucking Taurian.
What does natural Asari sound like?
I mean, you know those old 1-900 numbers?
I just picture Lady Gaga going like, la, la.
Now, and I can talk you through your problems.
Please insert one nickel to continue the conversation.
I remember the commercials for Nightline. It was called Nightline. Those were always on TV.
Boom, boom.
Call Nightline.
That's Dateline.
No, not Dateline. Very
what are you waiting for? Call now.
Anywho.
The old days of being in your 20s, having an apartment, 19 even, having an apartment, but not be able to afford cable, and the streaming services didn't exist yet. So you just watched, Sex in the City and Seinfeld on rerun because they're in syndication.
I just watched Star Trek.
I like Sex in the City and Seinfeld way better.
I remember that and Frasier.
Are there any are we outside the compound we're going to be going to tomorrow?
Are there what? Sorry?
Did we meet them at the place that the venue? Is that where we met them at?
Oh, you just be able to meet there. You have all the locations. It's all been shared with you, so that's not an issue.
As we're walking around outside, can we look and see if there's any security cameras out here?
This person's home definitely has security cameras, yes.
Or at their house?
Oh, no, my apologies. The place for tomorrow, you're swinging by there. I didn't understand what you were asking. My apologies. Yes, there are. The security cameras kind of everywhere. Unfortunately, it's just... This is the dystopian future where everything's videotaped all the time. You don't believe me? Walk by all of your neighbors' houses. They have Ring.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's how they caught that one guy who just killed all those people. So you watch your mouth.
That's what you guys are trying to do right now.
That's what I was talking about.
Oh. I thought you were referring to something that happened in real life.
So it's evening tomorrow, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Yes.
Oh my God. Wait, if you also have a doorbell camera, you also can have videotape of your delivery person eating it. I just thought of that. I'm sorry.
Without giving away any of the security of my home, I will think on that.
Yeah, exactly. I'll
leave
it alone. Moving on.
As we're around outside, I guess Graff would kind of lead that way. I don't know if you guys would notice that we're heading back over that way or not. But if no one says anything once we get there, well, if we're scoping the place out in the morning, there's a good chance that whoever's going to try to make the shot might have already scoped it out, so maybe the cameras here have already caught something.
The event is going to be upstairs. Is going to be on the platform upstairs. In the
Doesn't mean that they
space.
weren't
Don't forget.
slinking around, taking a
Fair enough.
look at the place.
Mhm.
You want to try your luck at getting into these? Right?
Imagine you're asking about the cameras, right?
Sorry, ask that again.
We're looking at security cameras outside the venue that this is taking place tomorrow. He's asking if you
Yeah, I got
you
that.
can get into the security cameras to see if we can catch this dude scoping out the place.
He's asking if you want to try your luck at hacking into the.
Possibly, but it would. We haven't gotten our badges yet. Maybe we should wait till tomorrow morning, and I could scope it out then. If I do trigger something, I don't want it to cause our promise to be taken from us.
You think they'll like it better if you hack into their cameras with a badge?
I mean, if I already have the badge, it'll be hard to take it away.
It's interesting logic, but if you want to wait till tomorrow, I'll grant you that. Just a thought.
We're planning
Okay.
on being there throughout the event, right?
Yep.
Yes.
We can't exactly
Totally the
show up
plan.
in, like this. And if we're bringing all of our weapons in with us, it's a gala, isn't it? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but you're going to be allowed to have your weapons. So, because there's going to be security there. So you just more or less be part of security.
Right. Oh, I see. So, okay, so they just want us like, okay, fully to. Okay,
Did you
okay.
think we were gonna go
Oh.
dress shopping and carry around sniper rifles? And
No.
Can
I
I
was
dress
like,
up like Jared Leto and just
Are we supposed
come
to
as a cat?
we don't have alliance gear is what I'm saying. Like the people who are
Oh.
part of the alliance, if they show up, like we don't. What I'm saying is we don't have anything that identifies us as being this
No.
unit that we just said that we were. You know what I'm saying?
Other
We're
than the
just, like,
fact that
random
Graff's
people.
military, but yeah.
Right,
But
you're
you would
the
have
only
all your
one.
you would have all permissions, everything in your Omni tool, and it's easy. Like, let me just send you my identification. They'll be like, oh, okay, you check out. You'll
Okay.
be fine. Yeah.
I wasn't sure like how I'm like we're just kind of four random people are just walking into this place with our weapons. They're gonna be like, what the fuck? So okay.
Who is short and wishes he were tall? It's that dumbass Scott, but he's too small.
Get
I hope that qualified. You know, you don't get to fucking make me say it in a riddle or goddamn rhyme just because you. Whatever.
It's a
It's
derb.
fine.
Oh.
Who?
Derb. Oh my god. Moving on. Back to the game. So
So we know. Is there anything like? Are there windows? Basically, I want to scout the place. We can roll perception or investigation, whatever. I want to figure out if there's a place outside that looks like it would be a good vantage point to try to take a shot inside.
sure, that's assuming you're not talking about where the venue is, because the actual venue of the event is going to be up inside the orbital platform. Which is what I said
Right.
originally.
But is there a
Okay.
shot from outside the orbital platform? How
That's the one that's
literally like up
orbiting
in
the planet
space?
with the moon that has the laser beam to go
Okay.
up to.
I'm here thinking
Yeah.
of like a rotating like
Oh, you're thinking like
Seattle
Cloud
Needle
City
or something. No, I'm
Yeah,
not thinking
no.
Cloud City. I was thinking like the fucking needle in Seattle or something. Okay, we're talking about like
No.
in space.
Yeah, the Geth
Okay.
superstructure that's
So
out
if
there.
that's where it's
Yeah.
going to be, that doesn't necessarily mean that's where the shot's going to be taken though, because they could shoot in or out on the way in or on the way
Do
out.
they have to are we going to be able to see where they come up to take that lift?
We're
Yeah,
making
I mean,
go ahead.
Because we could
there-
scope out that place, like the queue.
there's
to
a
get
whole
to.
That's-
walkway to get there. Yeah.
Well, I imagine there's also like a VIP type entrance and stuff. So I guess my thought is the security's gonna be locked down inside. The best place to take this person out might have nothing to do with the event, right? Like we're assuming they're going to public spectacle, but as of right now, they killed someone who was out dress shopping, or whatever, for their wedding. Had nothing to do with the event that they hosted.
Flowers.
Whatever. Point being is they weren't acting in their official capacity. So just because this person's hosting the event doesn't mean this is where the shot will take place. But if they are going to take them out here, then maybe the easier place would be down here on planet side where they can actually get away rather than trapping themselves up in orbit.
Okay.
So I guess Graff would express that logic as to why they're out here scoping away. Like, I'm guessing this is this where they go up into the orbit from?
Yeah, so more or less, does the person, like, assuming that the target is the person that Rena and Messi spoke to, which doesn't necessarily have to be. There's outside their home, the whole pathway from their house to the location of the building where you gotta get beamed up from. And kind of like anywhere public and open from there. So if you're thinking it's gonna happen like near that building that you get beamed up from, you'd want to start there, unless you have any form of infravision or dark vision or what have you, or drones or whatnot. You're gonna want to do that checking in the morning, because now it's kind of late to look for locations.
I can put a drone up in the air if Viv wants to get a dress to go and try to blend into the gala.
Viv?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. Well, Cam's got the drones. But for our character's sakes, I don't think we have any of that shit. So
Zeke's back at the hospital with the rest of the people.
more so, I guess, between Graff's military background and Freight's assassination training and sniping, I'd kind of have us patrol back and forth from like where they live to here and see if we have a spot that jumps out as like, well, this would be a spot if they took the shot, they could get away, and it'd be really hard to, like, if we can figure out where it might be a good spot.
I get exactly, especially since this person continuously shoots from like the further shots. They take like the risky shot and whatnot. That's that very much, with all the information you have, that very much narrows down where it's going to be. Also, there can't be any obstructions. If I'm shooting a bullet and I'm shooting it through glass, if I'm shooting it through paper or whatever, you can't do that with radiation. You have to have a clean fucking shot. And all the assassinations happen during daytime,
much harder. Yeah. So this would probably be either when they get in or out of a vehicle, right? Because trying to shoot them while they're a moving target. Maybe they could take the shot, but that feels like an unnecessary risk.
So why don't you wait for the morning, because you're going to have to properly scout out the area, right? So you can actually see where things are, but go out there break of day, like dawn, so you have like proper visibility. Okay. Unless you guys are going to try to use like city schematics and search around at nighttime and do the best you can with that. But it's going to be
more
way
so to get
slower.
a lay of it tonight, and then maybe be more thorough with light, but at least get an idea of like how to narrow down the spots that we would look tonight in the morning to make it easier.
You guys could do that from like a hotel. You guys go hit up a hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, or head back even to your ship. You've got extra rooms. Head back to the ship even, be like, hey, if you guys aren't crashing anywhere, we're going to just be planning this thing out overnight anyways. We can just hit up the extranet from the ship, and we can just like use orbital like satellite imaging of the city, and grab some locations from that and confirm them in the morning. You can invite them. You guys want to crash at my place?
I guess Graff would probably just go crash on the ship. He's used to that, so he
Like,
might just
you and I would
naturally start
probably be
walking
used to
back
that.
there. Yeah.
Strix has a place that's big enough for him to stay there. So
Also, Scott, I just saw you're changing stuff around. I don't know if we're supposed to see whatever you're messing with or not.
Yeah, you should be able to see the problem. Yeah, it's just the ship.
Okay.
That's all. But yeah, so this ship has 4 beds in it. So you guys just have to bunk up. It's 2 rooms each with 2 beds.
There's the ship. I was like, this looks like the map from our.
It's right here. I don't know if Rena or Messi can see anything or not.
Okay.
I can see it now.
Okay.
We can keep talking about this stuff, and y'all want to come back to the ship I'm trying to get sorted. Long story short, there's a ship. Y'all need a place to crash. I know you're new on world.
Well, I certainly don't have anywhere to stay for the time being, so that's fine.
Not as cozy as a hotel, but free.
Well, thank you for the hospitality.
Basically, it's not even my ship yet, so you're welcome. But
I'm
In
not
case.
going to ask any more questions.
previous owner died. We were working a job together.
I don't need to know anything else.
Oh, the way you said it kind of implied like you wanted to know more, but you didn't think you wanted to know more because you thought I killed him or something.
Nope, I don't want to know anything else.
Because I didn't.
All right.
As long as
Then he
we're clear.
looks at Strix, looks back.
You have that thing where you start to talk and you realize you shouldn't keep talking, but you kind of just feel compelled to keep talking to make it better. I
How
kind
about
of
you
had
have a
that
good
going on.
night, and we'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
Without really requiring you to make any checks or what have you, you guys are easily able to pull up schematics or so on and so forth. So you're able to crash the night, no problem. Long rest, yay, yay, yay. In the morning, it's pretty easy. You guys actually have a pretty cool room where you're able to kind of like gather around and both have food around the table, and you have like displays up on the TVs, like the monitors that are right there. So you can actually like throw up some details and start talking about like what your approach to the plan is for you for the morning. So the idea is that you're supposed to take the information that you got, which you don't even need a roll for on a planet like this. Like you can easily get orbital imaging, right? Of the city around the building that you want to go to. So you grab all of that fun shit. Yay. And then you are able to, excuse me. And then you're able to,
Son of a bitch.
sorry, I yawned. And then you're able to kind of like plan the whole shit out. So unless there's anything specific you want to talk about, I assume more or less like you're going to break up into, you don't even need to break up into teams of 2. You can go 4 people separate ways and start investigating the different locations that you think are going to be most likely. But before we even do that, why don't we make this a, I feel like what check it would be to take the information that you have. It almost feels like a science, but it almost feels like combat, so not science. You guys want to propose something for investigation? I suppose could work, but you're not there yet. You're literally looking over like
Survival, maybe.
survival. Survival.
I was thinking survival or stealth because I mean we're not trying to be sneaky, but we're looking at like a thing.
Intelligence, stealth, and survival
Intelligence,
normal. Intelligence stealth could totally
we're
work.
planning on being sneaky, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but not
yeah.
in real time.
Why are you
not
saying
How do you
intelligence
do-
stealth like we roll both?
Yeah, how do you do
This is-
intelligence stealth? What does that mean?
You roll stealth, but instead of
roll
applying your dexterity modifier, you roll your intelligence modifier.
I see.
How would you change that?
There's ways to do it on the sheet, but to save time, you just press the button and then make the modification.
I'm just gonna roll
Okay.
survival.
I'm gonna roll
Sure.
intelligence stealth, but I have expertise, so
Yeah, that's right. What's your intelligence versus your stealth?
it's my dex is 1 higher,
Okay, so you just
My
subtract 1 from
intelligence.
whatever you roll. Rena, what are you rolling?
or is it a -2? It'd be -2. 'cause I have
Survival.
expertise.
No, expertise doesn't affect that, Messy. Expertise is based off of
Expertise is just
proficiency bonus.
proficiency. You're right.
Yeah.
So it's just a -1. Okay.
Go, Rena, you can roll survival. Messy, I assume survival?
Stealth. Take 1 from this.
I meant Pat. I said Messy, I meant Pat.
Oh, okay.
Rena's like, I'll luck it. Just saying. I don't care.
All right, I'm gonna roll mine. It's a -1 for whatever this is. 23.
Never
Damn.
mind, Rena, you don't need to look it.
Ooh, nat 20.
Still worse than...
Technically, my intelligence is a 2, so I mean
Yeah, but nat 20
Oh,
still does
yeah.
something good, doesn't
That's
it?
actually 3 higher, right? No, remember we
Yeah.
got rid of crits and fumbles. But so that's actually a 22. So you're the second highest.
that's-
Yeah.
I didn't know how to change it, so I'm just gonna roll and we could just figure the math.
No, that you did it exactly how you're supposed to do it. So
I
yeah,
didn't want
cool.
to do
Between-
survival because I've got a -1 modifier. You know,
This is
Said
great
intelligence,
because
I'm like, let's go.
between Frait and Strix, the two of you are quickly able to determine where you think the sniper is going to be shooting from. It comes down, very simply put, you guys are divided down the middle, full-blown argument. Neither of you can decide who's right or wrong. And even big brain time from Graff and Zenny, they can't, or Thea, sorry, from Thea, they can't pick sides either. It's a coin toss. You have, of all the different locations where this attack could be coming from, it is one of these 2 spots. And you just can't, from this satellite image, determine which one it is. Maybe ground side, you'll be able to finish the determination. Or maybe you'll have to come up with a plan that involves 2 spots.
Where are they in relative to each other? Is like one the start of the travel and one the end, or are they both?
Yep. So funny enough, because the range is so extreme,
Yeah.
One of them is so far back, so you have to imagine if someone were to get out of a car. Let's assume a car was involved. They were to get out of a car, what have you. They would be so far away from the front door that they have this big open pathway straight up to the door and anybody else in between from where they are, right? Whereas the second location is actually going to be on the other side of the building, but because of where the drop-off of cars take place from the orbital from the traffic flow or whatever, of when the drop-off of cars take place, they can have a spot where they're not even like in this sector of the city because they're 300, some odd meters away. It's like 1,000 feet away. It's like a, fifth of a mile. They're in a different area where there's a building. You're almost positive that if they're on that building, you'd have a clean shot straight down to right where cars are dropping off. So long as they're dropped off in the car area, not like some overflow spot or whatever, a clean shot right in. They're just so far apart from one another. I mean, the two locations are like a half mile apart. Not an easy join up.
The target location though, would they both be on drop off, or is one where they start?
So one is specifically for drop off. The other one is a much wider area. None of them are for where the person's home is. Honestly, are there spots where they can get sniped out from their home? Of course, yeah, tons of them. But to the parameters of what their MO has suggested beforehand, nah.
Okay.
No.
It seems
Not
like
unless
they
they're
go
aggressive.
for public kills, like they want to make a statement with it. So I imagine it'd be somewhere public.
Okay.
Yep. So it sounds like we'll need to split up, and 2 people will be on each point to cover it. Not like on it, but watching each point. Unless, Scott, there's not like a high point between them I can be at to watch both.
Unfortunately, they're so far apart from one another. Not
It
really.
wouldn't matter. Okay.
You could split
Alright.
the difference and keep an eye on both locations, but they're going to be outside of the range of, I think, where you can shoot. Maybe,
360 meters is a third of a kilometer, which is, I don't think that's close to half a mile.
You shoot with
It's a-
disadvantage.
No, it's
from
about a
that
fifth of a
range,
mile. It's like a fifth of a mile. He can shoot disadvantage
yeah, I would
up to
shoot with
320.
disadvantage up to 320, yeah. Or 360. I don't remember which. Let me
though? Yeah, I
check.
don't know if you want to be taking a
360.
shot disadvantage though.
I mean,
Yeah.
it'll give him a chance to reload because it'll be far enough, right?
Well, if I hide first, I can attack with advantage and disadvantage. So it'd be
That's
a
true.
normal.
So you'll just be.
I want to get my
rolling
sneak
through.
attack though. But yeah, I think probably what we should do is split off 2 and 2 for each point to watch. Someone closer, someone farther, probably.
I mean, I'm good at being close. I just draw
yeah.
attention.
I feel like I should probably take the Krogan.
Are you going to the high point, the one that looks down at the spot? Or do you want the one that covers more area?
Probably the one that covers more area, because that'll give my range a better view. The high point one is one that it seems like we'll have to attack from under if he gets to before us. But
Gotcha.
the large area one, I'll have a bigger area to use my large area of attack for.
Okay,
Maybe the
back to
Krogan should take the one where we'll have to climb up to get to it, because he'll face tank it. Whereas in the open area one, it might be more of a finding the guy issue. Does that make sense?
yeah. So do you still want to take? You want me to go with?
I feel like you and I
yeah.
should go together for the wide open area, and then the Krogan and the Asari take the tight area
High
because they have more CC and tanking.
Not necessarily. I'm
that-
very squishy. I should not be up close
That's why
to
the
whoever
Krogan
it
would be in the
is.
front line for you.
That's why the
Hmm.
Krogan would be there, and you have CC, so you
Oh,
can
I see.
stun or move shit around if you need to.
The problem is, meta-wise, you're taking both the primers away from the detonators.
I can prime.
I can do both.
I can do both.
I can only detonate.
I can prime you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Back to RP with it all, I guess. Then. All right. Well, we could also go scope it out now, see if we can rule one of the places out or narrow it down in person. Just because it looks good theoretically doesn't mean the shot will actually be clean there. Things could have changed.
I agree. Doesn't hurt to check it out now.
We don't want to draw too much attention, or the would-be assassin might flee if he gets wind of anything fishy.
Well, that's also true, but
In that
playing it
case,
too
I
close
don't
to
think.
the chest and risking a casualty is also not what I want to do.
In that case, I guess me staying here, out of sight, might be best. I do stick out a little bit.
Well, if they're on top of a building and you guys go storming up, there won't be many places to go but, well, down. Just make sure you cover the exit.
Let's say we find the Geth that's murdering everybody. Are we trying to kill it completely? Are we trying to capture it? Like, what's the goal here, and how do we go about that?
I mean, capture would be ideal, but push comes to shove. You gotta do what you gotta do to protect yourself and neutralize the threat.
As long as we don't do too much damage to the Geth, they should be able to pull data off of it afterwards.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Disabling's ideal, but like I said, do what you gotta do. Most importantly, we prevent casualties.
Agreed.
Agreed.
All right, well, I guess let's split up, take a look at the two locations, stay in contact. If we can rule one of them out, the other two will regroup at the other's location, and we'll stick together that way.
Yeah, that seems smart. Graff, why don't you come with me and we'll go to the far one?
All right, I'll contact the Alliance, let them know what we think we've come up with. See if they want to send any help or if we're on our own. But it doesn't hurt to let them know. If shots
And
are fired.
if anyone sees anything, just shout it out so we know.
All right, good luck, team.
Pete.
Okay. You're gonna ping the Alliance?
Yeah.
Cool. You're gonna you specifically ask for what's his name?
Commander, most likely, that gave us the job.
Commander Kent. Yep. So you it takes several minutes or whatever, but they patch you through to him. So you have like your Omni tool kind of your communications is only audio, nothing special going on. And so with your audio only, you patch through, and you're kind of like Commander, and he's like, "Got word already?"
We got a pretty strong working theory. We've got two locations nailed down that we think the suspect might try to attack from. Based on their operations and murders so far, we think it'll be somewhat of a public kill. Someplace within 300 meters of the target, give or take. And also a place where they can escape pretty easily. Therefore, we don't think it'll actually happen at the event itself, but prior. We think on top of the building. He'll give the locations and whatnot.
Yeah.
Obviously, these are theories. We can't nail them down to be sure, but we're going to split up into two teams, monitor each site, and then try to neutralize the threat and bring it in. So if shots are fired for any reason, we wanted to let you know ahead of time where we might be.
As fortune would have it, one of those locations that you just sent over to me, the one that's at the top of the building, that's outside of the Presidium area of the Citadel East. That means that it falls more into the Alliance territory than it does CSEC. I can get a dropship up over there. If that's a spot where they were thinking about going, either to dissuade them from going to that location, find them if they are there, or either that they're pretty ballsy. So I can send a dropship to keep an eye over that, have it hover for a short while. Do you have a window of opportunity?
We don't know the exact parameters of the travel plans for the target, but I mean, obviously about the time that they're arriving, between their arrival and them going up to the gala event itself. So if you guys can procure that information, then I would say then that window. The only other things we have to weigh here, obviously we want to prevent casualties first and foremost, and if that means dissuading, then so be it. But if they do see your dropship and get scared off, then that just means that there'll be another attempt later.
True enough, but like you said, saving a life today is better than letting one fall. So, I'm going to scramble some dropships over that direction. The window you're giving me though is 8 hours plus long. I won't be able to have one out the whole time. So, getting approval to have constant aerial supervision is going to be difficult. But I can get a couple of Marines up there. They can keep an eye as well. Consider that location covered. The second one, that's going to have to be on you. That's CSEC territory.
Yes, sir. The person we contacted, he'll give the name of the person that he assumes the target. So if you want to try to get in touch with them, they were a little bit curt with the two that went to talk to him, but perhaps they'd have more respect for you, sir, or someone else in the military directly, and they can give you the exact travel arrangements. But obviously they don't trust us as far as they can throw us because they don't know us from dirt in the ground.
Name doesn't ring a bell, but I don't follow too much by way of local politics, so I'll see what can be found out. Good job so far. Hey, listen, we can catch this son of a bitch today.
That is the hope, sir. We'll try to bring him in alive if possible, but we will defend ourselves if need be and do what we got to do to save lives.
As long as you can get confirmation, warm or cold, just save some lives.
Understood, sir.
And it's like, hack it out, and goes.
I guess I would patch that information along to the crew, like, okay, they're going to cover this location, whether or not it scares them away. That's out of our hands now, so the four of us can cover this one area instead. So that information will be passed along.
Cool. Unless anybody wants to say, no, I'm still going to go to the other one anyways, just so at least we can have one pair of eyes over there. All four of you on location works too.
I think all four of us sticking together makes sense because the commander, at least Graff would argue that, because the commander kind of implied we've got this, and if they see a body go up there, they might get suspicious rather than be like, oh good, one of them's there.
Okay.
That'd be Graff's argument.
No, yeah. And Rena seems like she's agreeing. Messi doesn't look like he's arguing, and Pat had to go poo-poo. So then to kind of like shore up the whole planning part of this, all you guys would need to do is decide, based off of this location, where you want to arrange yourselves. Messi is going to want to be, less than 120 meters away, but the building that the person is going to be on isn't the tallest building in the region. It's just the one that gives the widest view. Messi could potentially get onto another building in advance, allowing him to scout out that spot, right? As for the other three of you, assuming that's what Messi even wants to do, I don't want to put words in his mouth, just other things. Is there anything else that you would want to do with your characters?
If we have an idea of what the building would be, it would either be getting in that building or in a place nearby where we could rush it quickly enough to help corner the Geth or whoever it is.
Yeah.
But if Messi's got a good eye on it, I'd rather be safer on the side of caution and stealth. Knowing that he can take a shot at any time is better than us risking blowing the operation.
Yeah, especially if you're inside near to, but not actually on the roof or what have you. As for the building is, again, a quick extranet search would tell you what that location is. It's actually one of the military memorials that are going on right now, and specifically the military memorial when you go looking it up to see what it is. So again, it's about like the loss of the Alliance soldiers' lives during the battle against the Reaper and the Reaper War, which is an ongoing war. So the body count, so they still have like blank slates on the wall, which is kind of like even more sad than seeing like the names of hundreds of thousands of people that have died in the war is the blank areas of, oh, we're not done carving yet. Like that is more upsetting. Pat, all good?
She has like a chest pain going on right now, so she's like, it really hurts when I breathe. I'm like, what?
Do what you gotta do, dude.
No, yeah. We thought it was heartburn, but all we had was like a pasta, and I don't think that really like causes a lot. I mean, it's acidic, but
Should try Tums. Tums are safe.
Oh, Tums are safe. Yeah, and we can get that.
Tums, or if you have, you probably don't because you're not a parent quite just yet, but baby, what's that pink shit called? The pink stuff in your stomach hurts.
Pepto-Bismol?
You can
Baby Pepto-Bismol is the same ingredients as Tums. It's sodium carbonate.
Right now, she thinks it's her sternum. She says it's like right here, so I think it's just all of her stuff right now is being pushed up, and it's,
Yep.
And
yep.
just causing a little bit of shortness of breath. So
Sigourney has a little alien xenomorph inside there pushing its way out.
dude, I watched the baby like kick and just watched her stomach. I was like, babe, I love you. That was fucking disgusting though. She's like, she couldn't stop laughing.
Just wait 2 more months. You're gonna literally see toes. You're gonna see like handprints. It's fucking weird, bro. Yeah, it's exciting. You're sitting like, I was trying to cuddle with you and I got kicked in the head. What the fuck? Can I ground it yet? All right, back to the game. So,
are we doing? I'm fine to keep going, but looking at the time, I don't know if you all want.
No. I'm just shoring this up, and we can finish this up next time because I know most of us have to work tomorrow. So, specifically, what this location is, this memorial area. The added venue or the added thing that they have going on right now is a extra ceremonial. Sorry, not ceremonial. You know how like museums and whatnot always have like their show or their focus. What's the word I'm looking for here? Their like the premiere thing that they're doing for like a couple months and it moves on. You know what I'm talking about? What the fuck it's called? You know what I'm talking about? No? Anybody? Somebody? Am I the only one that goes to museums?
It's not working.
Exhibit! Thank you! Thank you, Exhibit.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry, my brain was not there.
Yeah. So the exhibit that they have going on, the big focus that they have here right now is actually specifically for the Vega Squad. The Vega Squad isn't anybody that passed away. What it is it's a memorial. It's a group of ultra elite N7 soldiers that have the honor of serving in the Vega Squad, which was named after Staff Lieutenant James Vega, who died during the Reaper War near the beginning of it, when like the tides of the war had changed. His sacrifice was part of one of the things that caused.
I can't believe that guy's dead.
Yeah, but it's okay because like now there's a group of 6 ultra elite N7 members that serve in Vega Squad. So right now what it is there's a memorial thing, but they also have an exhibit going on for the Vega Squad. So if you did want to go inside there, you'd be able to see and learn all about the Vega Squad that's in there. So, but either way, yeah, I know. Ray.
Yeah, it's awkward. Rest in peace. Thank you for saving Miranda, though. Is my character aware of Vega?
Yeah, well, of course, yeah. You might even be aware of the fact that that the Vega Squad was specifically put together because it serves under the 5th Fleet, which is what Fleet Admiral Williams is in charge of. So Fleet Admiral Williams is in charge of 5th Fleet, and she was the one that was that put together Vega Squad in honor of. I
don't know if I would have ever met any of them. I would have gone into the military the same year as Williams, but I don't know if we would have ever met.
Oh yeah, it's a good point. You maybe could have met them in passing, but they were like, but it would have been a shit stain. Like Williams would have been one of those people that everybody made fun of. Like you'd be in the locker rooms, like, oh, you see that Torian sucker? Like like that sort of a thing. You see the shell sucker or some shit. Like they'd be making some sort of cracks against her because her whole family sucks. But either way, listen, Nerix, I didn't do that. Patreon
Nerix?
voted that. Nerox? Patreon voted for that, not me. 100% Patreon voted for Ashley.
Wade.
Look, I had to save Miranda.
So
he did make the call. This all does come down to being Scott's fault. He couldn't just let people actually be competent and save all the companions.
She had 2 chances to die. It was either Williams could have lived or the idiot that nobody cares about because all he does is whine. And then there was the second poll, right? All right, cool. So back to game.
I have a name.
Idiot.
I think that sums up like the plan here. We're literally opening up the session next week with Messi's character trying to stealthily climb up onto the building, and you guys maybe going into the memorial to see.
Well, I mean, honestly, that would make sense for my character because he would definitely. I mean, he'd put on his uniform and actually go in and pay respects.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. That's a really good cover, pretending like you give a shit.
Well, you would give
my
a
character
shit.
actually would, yeah, because she doesn't know. I mean, this is all new to her anyway, so she'd be like absorbing everything.
Yeah.
Look, some people lost more in the war, but a whole hell of a lot of people lost less than my character did. So he would definitely care.
You're right. Miranda's still alive.
Well, he's not met her yet, but when he does, like,
I mean, she's gonna outlive you. She's gonna outpace you. She specifically says in the game that she will live
Even
half
better.
a human's lifespan. So,
not having to outlive your loved one, that's their problem, not yours.
No. She'll be like, "Oh, could you just die already?" Like, she's just like gives you cardiac arrest with biotics because she's ready to move on to the next one. It's like,
See you, sucker.
You could biotically step on Graff. I wouldn't stop it.
cool. All right. So I don't think there's anything else for us to go over. I think we kind of got this all shored up, and next time we can yeah. Awesome. Cool. Any questions? Anything you guys want to go over? Blah blah blah.
Can we go over Miranda?
Oh, there was one more thing, Rena, specifically that I figured your character would want to do, but you kind of got swept up into stuff with you trying to have RP with Messy, but him just being like, I'm going to go over here instead. You probably at some point in time would want to reach out to your people to be like, hey, I'm alive.
I would have done that, but somebody died, so.
Yeah. So that is one of the things that you could have done, like say last night before crashing back at the like where's your ship? Over in that district? I will contemplate going there. Make a phone call real quick. Or you could have done it in the morning as you're heading over towards whatever your plan is. You know what I mean?
I feel like it's just not like as soon as this is resolved is probably when she'll start looking into that. It just makes more sense.
Sure.
Because she doesn't know what she's going to find out, so she's just going to stay focused for now.
Okay, fair enough. I can appreciate that. Perfect. All right, well, thanks, guys. If nobody else has anything to add, then we can just start saying our goodbyes. So, no, yes, no. Cool. Then I will remind everybody, if you want to go to patreon.com/Lost Initiative, over there you can do all sorts of crazy things. You can make items like these characters just got. Actually, another one is funny if somebody's trying to make one for Wade right now, but it's something that you literally cannot use for some time because you don't have the correct equipment to be able to use it. So they're probably going to change their mind.
No, party members got... Just give me the correct equipment.
I can't. Literally, you'd have to be... So this is a mod for your arms. But your arms have no mod slots. So you have to get naked, except for your helmet, and then put sleeves on. So you walk around with just a helmet and sleeves and otherwise naked just so you can have this mod.
Sounds right.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Give it to him.
I mean, you're not a sorry. We expect you to wear some clothing.
I'm sure he's a little sorry.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. I like the joke.
God, I felt my soul, Pat. That's the first time I think I've actually felt my soul die a little. It didn't even hurt my heart. That went deeper. Oh,
awesome.
Well,
it makes me happy. All right, cool. So patreon.com.
Make dumbass dad jokes. I signed the stupid ass contract.
Oh.
It was a messy contract. So you what was I saying? You go there, you affect the crew's gear, which starts next session, because next session is when the campaign really kicks off. This is like everybody's together tutorial phase. Next session, things are like really fall into place for them. Cool. If nobody has anything else, Die Hard Dice, click the link, sponsor. They get 10% off if you go there. Their dice are truly badass, really spectacular.
They're cool as hell.
Oh, did you see that they just made a new one? They just made a new one. I saw it on Twitter. It's like legitimately this big. It's the one that's in Rena's hands. That style of dice, which we all got our own 2 each, so that we got
so
like 10
you can
different
see it in a normal human hand. It's this big for Scott's hands, but it's that size for Rena's hand.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes, this is he got the same thing. It's the same thing, except for him, it's giant.
You guys noticed the one picture Rena didn't post was the one where we're all at the beach and somebody else took the picture, and I'm taller than all of you. Like, except for
Wade, you were
there.
standing right in front of the camera, and we were all like a mile back, so you looked really tall.
You weren't there. You actually were a mile back.
That was your guys' date night.
Damn it.
But
Focus,
all right, cool.
I just had it. Anyway,
Um,
we got a bunch of cool dice. They got cool dice.
They do. They really do.
I don't
Hey,
know. Do
Pat.
they sell the dice roller, the boxes too?
Hey, Scott.
Oh yeah. They're logoed. Oh wait, no, mine's not right here. Mine's upstairs.
There you go.
Wait, I have the wrong one. I have the Dodrago one next
Everyone
to
showed
me.
off the dice in the boxes and Messi shows up his try.
I'm like, I have Dodrago dice. Is it the wrong sponsor? Oh shit, mine are upstairs. Because I was
Hey,
actively playing them with.
My
Rory.
name on back of head, so I don't forget.
But just my clan. Hey.
It was so cute. I love that.
All
What is
right.
that, Messi? You roll free or die hard?
Or Die Hard.
I love that Christmas movie.
It is a great Christmas movie. Messi, you ruined everything.
He did.
I just want to be in the clip.
It's too late.
All right. Yeah. Distractible. Patrick Static. Messi wasn't there, and Rena was destroyed.
Removed. Messi was
Oh.
removed.
Messi the Taken. Rena was destroyed. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Sound good?
Messi's got to be the coolest
No.
guy I know. Sorry, wait, it's true.
That's my thing.
I guess we're gonna find
Bye.
somebody to. We're gonna find somebody to raid now.
Bye, everybody.
Hey, Messi, do you want to tell that story now?
Are we still live?
Yes.
I mean, technically, yes.
If I say it, Wade will get in a lot of trouble, so I'll wait.
What the hell did I do? People are going to be so concerned about me.
I mean, I'm genuinely curious what this story is.
I'm curious as well.
Was I the serial killer the whole time?
Maybe. Find
Were
out.
you the one that killed the Musk?
And the stream.
Elon?
Dude, if I
What?
was, you all brainwashed me and completely replaced my memories.
Well, let's go hang out with my friend. My friend Sasha. Like, follow, and all those things. She's awesome. Bye.